both Twitch and YouTube. Alrighty, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. And welcome back everybody to the next solo character challenge run with a samurai. So today we begin the samurai run, so let's just start a new game as usual, and after we watch the intro, I'm going to load the save file that has all the job classes unlocked from the get-go. Outside of that save file, there's not really an easy way to, well, get to the samurai job class early, so we basically have the entire thing in there anyways, just the intro, which is kind of nice, so I have time to explain what is going to be going on. So this is a Final Fantasy V solo character challenge, with only a single job. Basically, it's only one character, it is only one job that we try to beat the game with. And today that character is Samurai, normally an Earth Crystal job that will allow you to, well, do quite a lot of damage, and the Samurai has a number of things going for it. And, well, for these number of things we're actually going to get to soon. However, we will have to just play through intro like usual. So, probably the most notable thing about a samurai job class is its ability to throw money in order to deal damage. And anybody who has played a little bit of Final Fantasy V kind of knows that guild toss seems to be really strong. Kind of. It's also potentially really expensive. Now, how does guild toss works? It's kind of straightforward. Just for the damage portion I have here a little table. And that table here kind of indicates if an enemy has 0 defense at level 1, I will deal 1650 damage. And how much does that cost? I guess I could have put that into this table too. But the cost for guild toss, if I'm not mistaken, is always going to be 50 gold per level per monster hit for the guild toss damage. Let me actually see whether that's even accurate. In guild toss. Yeah, it is 50 times per level per monster hit, so I was actually correct about that. Alrighty, so initially, in the initial levels, the damage is kind of insanely good, especially since a lot of enemies will have basically no defense in the early stages of the game. So this damage here is true for a long portion, and consequently, the samurai doesn't really have to level up much. In fact, leveling is somewhat detrimental since we deal so much more damage than the enemy can possibly, well, resist anyways. Once we start getting into the area where enemies have like 20 damage, that is when we start needing to be a little bit higher level in order to deal any damage at all with guild toss here. The thing is, however, at that point it also starts becoming more and more expensive to, well, throw the money around in the first place. So it is going to be not the be-all end-all solution to a lot of things, but for that we have our other tools as a samurai. They might not be terribly varied or like intriguing, but they are potentially, or generally speaking, very powerful in their own right nonetheless. Alrighty, and welcome to the Samurai Solo Character Challenge Run. This is challenge run number 25. Aside from Samurai, we have just the Freelancer left to do, and that's gonna be the last one. However, I was recently notified that for the Knight Solo Character Challenge run that we did on Blade run off, we were actually... oh, timer, right. We were actually kind of missing like the entirety of World 2, so... Sorry, I keep forgetting the timer. We were actually kind of missing the entirety of World 2 for the little character run for the Knight, so I might redo that. And the Cannoneer is kind of missing more or less the entire ending of it. So I may revisit those sometime, probably will. Just not entirely sure when. I'm going to first focus on completing the rest of the solo challenges here. Alrighty. And welcome to Final Fantasy V. Let me go ahead and as usual, just reset, because now I have to load the save file that starts us right where we were, with all the jobs unlocked. And let's get to, well, the battle for now, I suppose. I'm going to do all the configurations and setting up once we give Butts the name as well. Actually, you know what, I can just do this right here. Alrighty, so for settings, as usual, I'm just gonna go for battle speed 5, which means I will never really lose time compared to the enemies, because it is slow enough for that. Basically, the faster the battle speed, the more difficult it is in a certain sense. In a certain sense, if you have it at very fast battle speed, that kind of means that the enemies will kind of get turns before they should, in terms of, like, compared to your speed. The battle speed 5 is kind of the most easy to calculate, if you will, for who gets turns when, and me not, well, getting an unnecessary disadvantage for a challenge run, or, well, challenge runs that are already pretty difficult. Message speed too fast, command settings too short, which means I can, in combat, press up for attack, down for items, left for the first ability, and right for the second ability. Then we set the memory cursor, so the game remembers what the last command and also menu setting was that I selected. And now we are going to choose deep purple as a background, which was chosen. So deep purple, how does that even look? I don't even know what that really means. But yeah, of course, it's gonna show me the band of Google images rather than... Alright, so color X36, well, 36013F apparently is deep purple. But let's try to adjust to that, I guess. Might take me a while until I... Yeah, this kind of looks almost right. Alright. Compared to the Google image that I found for deep purple, this I think should be reasonably accurate. Alrighty, and as usual, we're going to choose our final job once we arrive at the wind shrine at the bottom, because maybe sometime the wing raptor encounter is interesting with some jobs like the berserker. Beyond that, there's not really much of a reason to choose or get my job before I even get to the rest of the characters either. So, for the goblin encounter, we just hold on the A button and we will eventually win. There's no way avoiding these goblin encounters even if Butts is not our main character, but in this case, Butts is actually going to be our main character, which was chosen, or Ferris in this case. So, that's gonna be who it is going to be. Also, the name for our Butts character this run here is going to be... Lynn. Welcome to the team. Can you lose this combat? I have never tried. Probably? That's an interesting question. I couldn't even tell you that. You don't happen to know that, Magus? What happens if you lose that battle? I mean, yeah, you can lose the battle, in theory. But, yeah. Either way, grab a Phoenix Stone. We don't need the Phoenix Stones necessarily, even though they can be useful against undead monsters, but the main reason I'm picking it up is because they're pretty expensive in this game. 1000 gold if you want to buy them, and if you sell them, 500 gold, so kind of a bit of a boost of money at the beginning. You have no idea if anything happens beyond game over. Okay. Yeah, we'll probably just be starting the game over if we lose the battle against the goblins there. Probably. I don't know. Alrighty. And welcome everybody, hope you have a most pleasant day so far. Today I rearranged my, well, entire room so I would have a bit more space in order to, well, exercise with the Ring Fit thingy. And I consider that to be exercise for the Ring Fit thingy for the day as well already. Because, well, that took a while. It's the fastest way to get an ending. Well, to end your gameplay in a certain sense. You're not wrong. I mean, I'm almost tempted to try it here, but I mean, I don't want to get an unnecessary death on the count for the samurai here. Got out of bed, sports then. That's fair. Welcome to Out of Bedland. Actually, some people might actually be still in Bedland, just kind of listening or watching. And welcome to you as well. As far as you know, Final Fantasy VI does let you continue after the game over with some oddities. Yes, I think you keep your level. I'm not mistaken. But everything else is reset or so. Plus there is like a way to get like the airship or so. Through some weird game over shenanigans. Kinda weird. Yeah, initially I only meant to rearrange the bed and the couch that is inside the room, so I hoped I would get enough space for it, but turns out I kind of misjudged on how much space I would gain for that. So I had to kind of move my entire desk and everything too, in order to actually get some space that was previously kind of wasted, to an extent anyways. But yeah, here we are. Oh my, this seems like a long time. This seems like a long time indeed. Plushy, thank you. Thank you so much for 38 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. That is quite a long time indeed. That is more than 3 years. Well over 3 years, in fact. Samurai, aka easy mode. Might just be. It's not gonna be entirely easy mode, but yeah. Oh yeah, something I haven't actually quite mentioned during, well, after starting this thing here. For some challenges I like to literally just plan everything ahead and calculate everything in beforehand. For the samurai, I was kind of on the fence on whether I would want to do this, because in theory what I could do is I could just literally calculate the entirety of the game beforehand, or how much money I want to throw at which enemy in order to have exactly the best levels for these kinds of things. But I ultimately decided against that for 2 reasons. For one, I kind of didn't really realize that today would probably be a Final Fantasy V solo challenge stream, so I would have had to do this on pretty short notice. And the other thing is, well, that short notice was cut even shorter by me rearranging the room, and it's taking a fair bit longer than I hoped it would. So, we're just going to go with whatever we have, which is fine too, because Samurai is indeed one of the strongest job classes. I feel like it is going to be rivaling the ninja in terms of the power level, but simultaneously, I think it's not going to be quite as strong as the ninja. It will be easier in some aspects, but probably overall a bit weaker, I feel. That's just kind of my initial impression. Don't really know how well that will hold up, but we'll see. It is definitely going to be a lot easier than most other solo challenges, to say the least. I really like this music here. By the way, how's the sound balance? Usually when I rearrange stuff and have to unplug a bunch of things, it tends to throw the sound and gain balance a little bit out of whack, but probably should have asked that earlier. Was Berserker ever finished? Well, as finished as it can be. We got to the final boss. We did a few attempts, but we never beat the final boss, so we didn't finish the game with it. I still have the save file on the cartridge for however long the battery lasts on that cartridge, which, considering that it's lasted so far and I've never replaced it, might still be a long time. So if somebody wants to figure out how to RNG manipulation in real time for the Berserker, be my guest. I would be more than happy to do like 10 frame perfect inputs type of deal, or a solo Berserker challenge just to have a shot at finishing that. But the problem is right now I don't even have a concept on how to begin figuring out a way to victory, so to speak. Balance is fine? Alrighty. Volume won't need to go up for the big bridge. I see, so it might be a little bit on the high side, I guess. But yeah, I think my microphone is actually a little bit less loud than usual. But then again, that kind of depends on the time of the day, when I woke up, compared to how awake I am, and how loud the game sound is in my headset. Actually, it's not a headset, just headphones. You're guessing Solo Berserk would be SNS only for Magic Underflow. Well, I did the Solo Berserker challenge all the way to the final boss fight on a original Japanese cartridge, because if you remember, this is a fan translation, so this is an unofficial patch that I'm playing on a flashcard for the Super Nintendo. But for the Berserker, I just figured I might as well go all the way and just play it on an original cartridge for the Super Nintendo, well, Super Famicom. So that's what I did. Yes, it does use the magic underflow, and we have theoretical, well, even practical confirmation that Solo Berserker can technically work to defeat the final boss fight, but good luck on doing so, I suppose. Because the probability seems to be incredibly insanely small for it to even work out. But through emulated tools it has been confirmed that it is technically possible. I don't think anybody has tried to do Solo Berserker on any other version aside from Super Nintendo though. Because aside from Super Nintendo, none of them have the magic underflow, but they might have other bonuses, I suppose. Like, I could see the Game Boy Advance version working if it doesn't have a certain problem that I ran into on the Super Nintendo version. That specific problem happens to be that for some reason when you're minute as a Berserker, the proc chance of your Earth Hammer or Gaia Hammer is significantly reduced for some reason. Or at least it feels like it. Because otherwise you could equip a Genji shield for 100% physical evasion and just play until you get a Delta attack reflect in the first turn in the second phase. In order to petrify the Almagas part and then be more or less completely invulnerable to the rest. Alrighty. Welcome, however, to the Samurai Shop challenge, and the Samurai is right over here. Okay, And first of all, we're gonna go ahead and steal the dagger from Ferris and the leather shield as well. There you can have the broadsword to knock yourself out. Alrighty, so for samurai, samurais can equip daggers, samurai swords, or well, katanas I guess, and shields. As usual, being able to equip a shield is kind of a big deal because this gives us additional chances to evade or block physical attacks. In the case of a leather shield, it is a 10% chance to block. However, as a samurai, we have an additional chance to actually dodge physical, dodge physical attacks outside of the shield, which is kind of a multiplicative evasion. So I don't remember entirely what the chance was, but it was like a 1 in 3 or a 1 in 4 chance to just outright dodge physical attacks, even without anything equipped. So that's a passive the samurai has, which is very, very nice. And we will probably see that kind of dodging going on for a while. Then further, we also, let's take a look at the stats. We are at level 2, we have 47 strength, so that is on the very high side of any class. As you might expect, the samurai is of course a melee-oriented top class. So 47 strength is pretty decently high. We have 27 agility, which is just average or slightly below average. 30 agility is usually the breakpoint where we can go faster than certain key bosses or not. In this case, coming up, Carl Boss has 30 speed, so we're going to be guaranteed slower than Carl Boss, unfortunately. 46 vitality, on the other hand, is on the very high side. 13 magic power, on the other hand, is actually really low. But yeah, this is kind of our initial loadout, and it's pretty decently good for the most part. Alrighty, let's get started. And unusually, I suppose, I'm going to go over here, watch this little cutscene briefly, and then just talk to a guy to get 5 potions. I always talk to the wrong guy first. Like, one of the guys at the bottom gave me 5 potions, I just never remember which one. Left or right? Parry, not dodge. I mean, we have a shield to block and we do dodge attacks. Kind of like an elf cape or... Well, I mean, it really doesn't matter if it's block or dodge, I suppose. Ah, almost is the wrong one. Yeah, you dodge attacks as a samurai. Just innately dodge. Okay. I might be getting 1 or 2 levels anyways, just so I'm not as easy fodder for enemies, but I'm actually kind of planning on keeping our level pretty low. As you can see, we have 560 gil right now. That is 560 monies, as you might expect. And, well, that is not a whole lot. Okay, let's save over... Oh yeah, that's the... we can always repeat the high level monk. Not that big of a deal. Yeah, each level actually is going to cost me 50 gold more in order to throw that money out at enemies through guild toss, and I fully intend to absolutely abuse the fact that guild toss is kind of insanely powerful in this game. So, what I'm gonna do is I will want to get into one random encounter here before encountering this guy up there. Yeah, okay, the potions are left for you to take. Fair, that makes sense. Okay, broadsword for you. And then you start working on the snake. I think this actually the snake might be in the back row. You just hit yourself. So of course we always have to make sure that this is a actual solo character challenge, so my only real way of doing this is just kind of to have my buddies knock themselves out in a rather inconsequential battle. So this is exactly what I'm doing here. Ares is going to take a nap already. Also I knock out the snake just because this allows me to not get paralyzed on Flynn here. And there you see the samurai dodge. Pretty convenient. Okay, good night. And I might just finish this encounter here briefly. Do we level up is the big question here. We do indeed level up, so we level 3. So we currently have 605 gil, currently total. So what I'm gonna do is, let's encounter this guy here. So this is the Wing Raptor. It's kind of like your tutorial boss, where you learn about certain enemies having certain phases, but we just use 150 gold, deal 1950 damage. Which, by the way, this guy has only 250 HP, but it's absolutely and complete overkill, because he has 0 defense, and as you could see from the chart that we had earlier, an enemy with 0 defense will take, well, exactly 1950 damage at level 3. So we get the Phoenix down and we just move on. And again, I could have, or I kind of halfway wanted to calculate everything beforehand, what level I would want to be for what bosses, but we're just gonna do this on the fly. So unlike basically any other job class, I might just intentionally stay at a lower level in order to be able to, well, take care of enemies more efficiently, because it doesn't cost me as much money. Maybe, maybe not. Then again, once we start running into enemies that have decently high physical defense, I will no longer be able to stay as low of a level, since they will just nullify the base damage. And the main reason why Giltos does so much damage is because it has a very absurd attack multiplier of 150. Multiplier usually means that you have your base attack power, and then you multiply with that multiplier, and that is, well, your damage in the end. So the calculation for, well, how much damage you do is very simple. You have your attack, and then you negate, or you subtract the enemy's defense on that attack. So if an enemy has 10 defense and you have 20 attack, then that means 20 minus 10 equals 10 attack, and then you multiply that with the multiplier. So yeah, and the attack damage for a Samurai's Giltos is your level plus 10. So initially, it is kind of completely lopsided. On an enemy with 0 physical defense, you just deal an insane amount of damage. But as soon as enemies start having any form of defense at all, you kind of need to be relatively high level in order to, well, deal any damage with your Giltos in the first place, since the main reason why it does so much damage is because the multiplier is so high, but the attack of the Giltos is relatively low in comparison. So yeah. Thank you for saving the frogs. I'm very confused right now. Don't worry, streamer, we are just frogging around. Yeah, frogs are friends, not food. Wow. Alrighty, now I would not like to have an explanation of the job system, thank you very much. And we're out of here, we're level 3. And let's put it this way, the main concern right now for me is maximum HP. While we have really good vitality, because I'm going still at a decently low level, I might actually just get knocked out because I take a bunch of damage from enemies. In theory. Well, suppose that's mainly a concern for the back attacks. We'll see. Welcome to you, Melison. I hope you have a nice day so far. Alrighty, and also normally what I do is I just gather a bunch of items from here, which I will do here too, and then just invest all the money in order to buy potions. However, in the Samurai run, for once, I actually will want to have the money straight up. which is kind of unusual for me because I can't just buy as many potions as I want. I'm just probably gonna buy like, I don't know, 30 and still sell the rest of the items in order to acquire monies. So that's gonna be what I will be doing here. Just do the efficient loop around. And also make sure I pick up the leather shoes. Grab some more Phoenix Downs, those are worth 500 gold each. Money is power, quite literally in this run here, indeed. And one interesting thing about Guild Toss is most area of effect attacks that hit all enemies, that also can hit single targets, just kind of deal reduced damage to multi-targets, like half the damage. But that's not true for Guild Toss. We deal the exact same damage to all targets, as long as, well, the calculation is still the same. As soon as any enemy has any form of defense at all, we will start running into, well, slight problems. And I do believe the first enemy we could run into problems with that has defense is Galura in Volt's Tower, which has 7 defense. So let's see. At 7 defense, we will deal 900 damage at level 3. But we will also actually have our first samurai weapon by the time we get there. Or alternatively, I could get up to level 5, where I will deal exactly as much damage as Galura has HP. Which may be necessary anyways in order to survive Liquid Flame. Wow. Why are you guys so mean? Dogs are friends, not food. Ban streamer. You cannot ban yourself in your own channel. Then again, you cannot ban yourself in any of the channels. Did I go and grab the leather shoes? Let me see real quick. I did. Okay. The leather shoes only provide you with 1 defense, but 1 defense this early in the game is actually a decent amount. Enemies have relatively low attack power, so, well, attack power compared to the multiplier just means you take less damage. Hey, look, there's a guild toss in that barrel. Lost exactly 150 gold right now. Okay, sell the ether for 750, sell the phoenix downs all for 2000, sell the tents, I'm not gonna use those, and sell the leather cap as well. And then, let's see, yeah, let's just buy 30 potions, and we have 2410 gold. Well, guild. I say gold, you know what I mean. Let's see. 900 is 300, times 3 is 6, is 900. Double that, 1800 is 12. 1950 is 13. 2100 is 14. 2250 gold is 15 guild toss right now. Everyone talks up Xenonerge slash Guildtest, but you feel like people undersell Iainuki, probably because it takes forever to get. Yes, that's quite literally the main problem about it. I have no idea when I will get it in my run, but it's going to be a really nice tool to grind a few levels once I will start needing them. Well, to be fair, I feel like I will need to grind levels before I'm getting it anyways. We'll see. I'm not sure how far I can just cheese my way through by just guild tossing. I do feel like I'm already going to run into a wall named Liquid Flame, but I'm not entirely sure yet. Liquid Flame human form has 0 defense, hand form also has 0 defense. Oh, they have magic defense, that's right. Maybe not. I think as long as I 2-shot Liquid Flame, it's gonna be easy enough. Either way, we can actually easily die to Carbos. So, as usual, let me just explain as to why Carbos for so many solo characters is a huge problem. Also, hey, how convenient an encounter to help knock us out. Oh, don't hit butts. So, these enemies here in the canal only ever attack Butt, Ferris and Lena. They will never attack Butts, well, outside of some time shenanigan circumstances. So we're actually perfectly safe to just run away at this point. Alrighty, either way, the first real boss that we're going to encounter is Carbos. Carbos has 650 HP, 0 defense, which means we will deal the full damage that we do on all enemies that has 0 defense, which is just under 2000 right now. So we will one-shot him. However, Carbos has 30 speed, and we have, well, 27 agility, which means we are going to be guaranteed slower than Carbos in this here. And there's not really anything we can do about that. And the way Carbos works is he only has 3 things he can do. He can do a regular physical attack, which is what you do want to see. Then he can do a physical attack that also paralyzes you at the same time, and that's what we really don't want to see. Because if we get paralyzed, then, well, we can't do anything for about 2.5 turns. And solo characters being paralyzed is kind of one of the worst things that can happen to you, aside from instant death and such. Because, well, we can't do anything. And then, Carbos can, aside from that, just put you into critical HP, meaning with its I forget what the ability is called, we'll see. Basically, he has an ability to put you into critical HP, and that means 9 or less HP remaining. So, the classic combo of Carbos is, with a 2 in 3 chance in turn 1, he will stun you. The 1 in 3 is just regular physical attack, and then, with a 1 in 3 chance in the second turn, he will put you into critical HP while you're still stunned, and then in the third turn he just hits you with either a physical attack or a physical paralyzing attack to just kill you. That is a very classic combo, and there's not really any character that, well, gets around that, aside from just being able to finish this guy. And we get stunned in the first turn. So it does get halved because I'm in the back row, the physical damage here, but well, we are still a bit in trouble here. But Tails Group puts us into critical HP because I know we will one-shot him. Boom. We don't have to worry about, well, this at all as a samurai. So even if, or well, even though I one-shot him, it was still entirely possible to die against Carbos. Especially since I have relatively low maximum HP as well, so that didn't exactly help. So yeah, however, beyond that, it is most certainly one of the easiest ways to dispatch a Carbos. There are some other solo characters that have equally little trouble with this guy. There's some solo characters that, well, struggle quite a bit because they have to hit at least 7 attacks with a dagger. And then there are some other solo characters that we spend like 15 hours on in order to get past Carbos, like a white mage. So yeah. But Let's see. With that said, however, thank you. Thank you so much for 15 months of support. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. The first stream since your birthday, and it's a solo character challenge. Happy birthday, and welcome back to you. I hope you're doing well, and I wish you all the best. Also, I suppose I should put the SSCC into the title here too, so people know that's a valid command to use if you'd like to see my spreadsheet and all that stuff. How did I do that? Alrighty, and here we are in the pirate ship. Now, it's actually mildly dangerous to walk around here if I get into a back attack with the samurai. And, well, it is a solo character challenge run, so ideally I would have only one character active at any given point. But, thanks to the passive chance to just, well, oops, just dodge everything. Well, at least dodge the physical attacks, we might just still be fine overall in the grand scheme of things. So, well, let's just see how this is going to go. Let's see. Alrighty, and I, as usual, just kind of walked the wrong way. So, I'm actually staying in the front row here with our little samurai, because when we are back attacked, the front and back row swaps. If you're in the front row against an enemy that is in the front row, you will take full physical damage. If you are in the back row against an enemy that is in the back row, well, it is halved and halved again. For physical damage anyways. So, right now, if I'm getting back attacked because the back and front row flip-flops, since, well, the enemies attack you from the backside, I take only half damage from these enemies here, compared to if I were to be in the back row, I would take full damage. And I can reliably run away quick enough that I don't have to worry about them actually hitting me here. So yeah, Panzerkampfwaffe, thank you. Critical hits, run, rump. Panzerkampfwaffe, thank you so much for 31 months of support. That's quite a long time with tier 2. Wow, thank you so much. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Grabbing the Phoenix down here, once again that is just basically money. It's a little bit more than 3 additional guild toss at level 3. Alrighty, we got a full heal for our team here anyway, so I guess I didn't necessarily need to knock out the others out. But I also felt like it was kind of interesting enough. Usually, well, I don't even bother knocking out my buddies before reaching this cutscene here. But getting back attacked by random encounters actually could conceivably be mildly dangerous, and I felt like that is just part of the game, so I should actually try and make it a solo challenge on that end too. I always love how Galuf just falls out of bed. It's basically as if he kind of fell towards the bottom of the area, like as if it was a 2D platformer and he didn't realize it was, well, a top-down perspective initially. It's kind of weird. Either way, we are now finally safely past Carl boss. Because technically, there was no save point right after Carl boss. So defeating that big red lobster, and then getting back attacked into an encounter where I get immediately knocked out, could have been lethal in theory. However, beyond that, I think right now it's not that big of a deal. So, just going to do the usual. By the way, I hit Lena here with Flynn, mainly because Lena has a knife, which is weaker than the dagger and the broadsword that the other characters have. So that kind of means that she would need like 3 attacks in order to knock herself out. Alright, now we try to run away before they knock us out, and we are fine. I also do want to heal up after basically every encounter here, so let's go. And we get a map. Technically the map is optional, and if you miss it here, there's like multiple other opportunities to still pick it up. Because realistically you could just not see that this is something interactive, I guess. But the map is really handy to have, let me put it that way. And I'm getting lost all the time. I think Samurai is one of the few job classes where I don't feel like I need elixirs right now. Normally on a lot of job classes what you do is you gather like 2, 3, 4 elixirs in order to be able to beat the first few bosses, since you need to maximize the amount of turns you're attacking, so that means you need to minimize the turns you're healing, and an elixir just heals you to full. Alrighty, and I do expect Siren to be faster than me. I don't actually know her speed from the top of my head, but I'm just gonna move into the back row, just in case she tries to hit me with a physical attack. Either way, welcome to Siren. Siren is the second boss of this area. She has 2 separate forms. Basically, the initial humanoid form has 0 physical defense and a lot of magic defense, and then it flip-flops around for the undead form, a lot of physical defense, and, well, basically no magic defense anymore. So you're supposed to take advantage of her having a weakness to physical attacks in the first form, and, well, her being particularly weak to magic attacks in the second form. But, well, she has 900 HP total. So you can probably tell how that's going to go if I actually get a turn. Oh, I do actually get a turn, guaranteed, now that I see. Because I thought she could put me to sleep in the first turn. No, she can only put me to sleep in the third turn. However, she could haste herself in the first turn, and if I take more than 1 turn to defeat her, this would actually potentially take a bit longer, but we're fine. Throw money ignores ranks. Throwing money ignores row, back and front row. It's completely independent. Also, Guild Toss is one of the few abilities that also completely ignores whether enemies have armor or shell, which normally armor reduces physical damage received by half and shell reduces magic damage received by half. Guild Toss ignores both for some reason. We're slowed, normally one of the most debilitating status effects in the entire game. Actually, it is one of the most debilitating status effects in the entire game, because slow never wears off. Outside of your character getting hasted, or you alternatively getting killed and then revived, you are still going to be slowed, and slow is insanely slow. But hey, we don't have to worry about this in this encounter because we just one-shot her. So I'm kind of on the lookout for maybe doing like 1 or 2 encounters along the way for level 5 for Galura, but, well, we don't necessarily need it for Magiza yet. So in this, oh, there's a back attack. Back attacks are a 1 in 16 chance every time I get into an encounter. And there is our Samurai dodge ability. Very nice. Defeating Siren, by the way, in her humanoid form gave us a bronze armor. If we were to defeat her in her undead form, we would get a bronze shield. The shield would actually be almost across the board better, because instead of having a 10% chance to block attacks with the leather shield, we would have a 15% chance to block attacks with a bronze shield. But we soon will be able to buy iron shields and iron equipment anyways, so it's not that big of a deal either way. The chest on the left over there contains a soft. Soft is an item that removes petrification status effects, and there are cockatrices on the mountain here that can petrify you. They very rarely ever do, because they can't do this in their first turn they get. And casually, usually you will knock them out well before they even get much of an opportunity. Softs are worth 150 gold if you buy them, so if you were to sell them, it's 75 gold. I consider that to be not really worthwhile enough for me to go out of my way to grab it, so, well, I just don't really. Oh yeah, I just realized we have actually full armor against Galura, so I should take 0 physical damage anyways. That's convenient. If you want to get experience, fighting enemies along the way is not usually your best option in terms of like time invested versus, well, efficiency for, well, getting money or gold. But I have to admit, it is more interesting that way. Because some encounters can be a little bit tricky, especially if you're at low level and such, so, well, it does have its intrigues, I guess. But again, for Samurai here, I kind of want to stay low level just because it is, well, more efficient in a certain sense. Alrighty, and we are already at the next boss here. Welcome to Magisa. Magisa has only 650 HP, so normally what would happen is, once she drops below 300 HP remaining, she would call Forza, her husband I suppose, and Forza would effectively have 850 HP. He does have some physical defense, so I'm not entirely sure we would actually knock him out in one hit if we were to show up. Let me actually see, how much physical defense does he have? Forza has 3 physical defense, so it would still not be enough in order to survive a guild toss. But here's the thing, Magisa is actually pretty dangerous. I might just die in the first turn here. 48 HP damage. Yep, I would not survive a second one of these. Thankfully I don't have to. So here we go. And we get a whip from the encounter, which is actually quite nice for an early, well, use, since it does have a chance to paralyze enemies on attack, decent chance even. But more importantly, I also get a Mithril Helmet. Mithril Helmet is, well, pretty substantial physical defense upgrade. 5 more than the Leather Helmet, so 6 total. And that will actually prevent a load of damage this early on. In fact, the next boss, once I have my equipment fully upgraded to Iron plus Mithril Helmet, will actually deal 0 damage to me. So the Mithril Helmet is kind of the thing you receive in the cutscene, that is the helmet from King Tycoon, Ferris and Lena's dad, so to speak. Speaking of Tycoon, we're actually gonna briefly visit Tycoon Castle too. And welcome to you, Raygodactylus. I'm doing quite fine, thank you. I hope you're doing well as well. Also, thank you for the host. So we are briefly going to land here. With the little Hero Dragon, you actually cannot fly over mountains, and you can only land on flat ground. The main reason I'm coming in here in the first place, however, is because there is 1,000 gold just hidden away in a private room of this little establishment. And so in true RPG fashion, we just go into random people's private houses and properties, grab their money and think no more of it, because that's the efficient thing to do. Beyond that, there is 2 more items we can grab along the way here. One is a ice rod, which costs 750 gold if you buy them. Also, you can't buy them until a little bit later, so this is your first one you can get. We can't equip them, otherwise we might, since that might actually be less money invested than just guild toss in the long run. But hey, we can just sell them, so that's convenient. Then we also go ahead and visit Tycoon Castle, which is actually a bit of a ways away. So this was more or less the beginning of the game over here-ish. There it is. But normally the meteor is in the way, so you actually literally cannot travel over there even if you wanted to. And here we are at Tycoon Castle. There's gonna be a bit of a cutscene, but the benefits here are, well, quite a few actually. Among other things, we're going to be able to pick up 2 elixirs and a high potion that will effectively all heal us to full. A high potion heals for 500 HP. Regular potions, by the way, heal for 50. So even at this low level, potions don't even heal us to full if you are at low HP. But yeah, high potions, at least in the earlier stages, will be effectively a full heal, or at least a good chunk healed. Whereas elixirs are always going to be a full heal, so in a sense we kind of want to keep the elixirs and just use the high potions. But yeah. You just turned away for 5 minutes and you already have a hero. Yep. Samurai doesn't really have any problem dealing with the early bosses. This will eventually kind of turn around, but I have no idea when it will. I'm just kind of only looking at the next boss and I don't really plan any further ahead. Aside from that, there is actually something else we can get here. So when you visit the Chancellor, after, well, visiting this castle here and experiencing this cutscene set, you do actually end up getting a set of weapons that are in fact pretty useful. Among other things, you get a healing staff, which is great for any character that can equip staves because it effectively casts Cure 2 for free. You receive a bell weapon, which, well, bells unfortunately are not good weapons for the most part. And the problem is not even that the bells are an inherently bad weapon. The problem is that bells pretty much across the board have way too low of an attack power, even though their scaling with the attack multipliers would actually be really good. But then last but certainly not least, and the main reason why I came over here in the first place, is we are going to get a samurai sword. So even though you would not get the samurai chop class until a fair bit later into the game, a samurai sword is already going to be available right here. So normally the way you would want to or be able to use the samurai sword is to use the freelancer chop class rather than any other chop class. It seems to me personally a little bit counterintuitive to having to switch to effectively no job in quotation marks in order to be able to use a weapon that, or weapons that you receive here. But if you use the samurai sword, well, it is actually decently strong. So yeah, we can definitely use that. Tic-tac-throw, thank you. Thank you so much for 21 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Get some more monies along the way. because most of these things we don't really have any use for outside of them being money, or, well, healing items, I guess, in this case for the 2 elixirs and the high potion I picked up. Hello, and welcome. What was the easiest solo character challenge so far? Well, I would say Ninja. Ninja absolutely destroyed everything. Once you get scrolls, it is just smooth sailing from beginning to end, pretty much. Alrighty, and here we are. We find Katana. That's why I'm here. Shurikens, we actually can't use them until you get a ninja. So even though the other items you receive here, you can actually use them if you just get a freelancer instead in the casual playthrough. The shurikens you can't use until you actually get a ninja, since they are exclusive to being thrown as an item. But the shurikens are really strong. Alrighty, here we go. Let me put it this way. We have a dagger right now, which is not the worst weapon. In fact, I don't think you get a stronger dagger unless you like steal from the Vyverns, but here we have a katana. A 42 attack power. That is a ridiculously high amount, let me just put it that way. To put that into perspective, that katana is strong enough to last you through more or less the entirety of World 1, in terms of just being that strong, really. And over the course of playing through the first world, you're not going to run into many weapons that have more or even equivalent attack power by themselves. On top of that, katanas have an inherent chance to critically hit. So critical hits in Final Fantasy V are not just a chance on everything. Critical hits are pretty much exclusive to weapons that, well, have a built-in critical hit chance. Unless the weapon does have a critical hit chance, well, you don't get it. Okay, we buy an iron shield here, which is a 20% chance to block physical attack, an iron armor for more physical defense, and now we equip all of these things. Iron shield gives an additional 2 defense, the iron armor gives us an additional, well, 2 defense. So we now have 15 defense. So, kind of to put that damage calculation into perspective again, Galura has, I think, 14 attack if I'm not mistaken. And that is just Galura's attack power, that's just, well, all there is to this. However, if you... No, actually, Galura has 15 attack power, but if you just entirely completely negate the 15 attack power of Galura, you will take 0 damage from Galura, since it never does anything aside from attacking, well, physically. That's literally it. Alright, by the way, the innate chance to dodge enemy attacks is 25% for a samurai, so even if without a shield we would just have 25% chance to not take any damage from physical attacks. Very convenient. That is on top of the 20% of the shield and, well, other means that we will get soon anyways. Oh wait, wrong place. Already trying to go back into the meteor, but that's a little bit early here. And And yes, the Elf Cape is in the basement of Tycoon Castle, but unless we get really lucky, even as a samurai, we're not gonna be able to get past there. Because these Garchimazras, I think, have a really substantial physical defense. Is that dodge slash parry slash block chance additive or multiplicative? It's multiplicative. Each one of it is separate in its nature. And as you can see, we are still level 3 on Flynn here. But dealing well over 100 damage with the katana attack is kinda crazy in my book this early on. Later on we will deal a lot more physical damage too, but right now that's a lot of physical damage for such a low level character. We get some silk ropes. We can't equip silk ropes, they are effectively light armor, and well, samurais cannot equip light armor. There's like 3 categories roughly, with light, medium and heavy armor. It's never specifically specified for like anything to be in a category like that, because there is equipment that is just outside these categorizations, etc. It's just kind of a rough idea. But samurai can equip medium and heavy armor for the most part. As you can see, these wyverns here, despite being decently strong, just deal almost no damage because of my ridiculous physical defense at this point. 15 almost entirely negates most enemy regular attacks, but a lot of them still have like special attacks in some capacity. That is mildly spooky, just mildly. We get a silver ring here. A silver ring is actually not something usually heavy equipment classes can use, so I would guess that samurai is no exception. What it does, yeah, we cannot use it. What it does, it basically gives you 2 physical defense and some magic defense, I think. But that's about it. Not too that big of a deal. Alrighty, and welcome to the next boss here. This is Galura. Galura is kind of straightforward as a boss. All it does is, it does physical attacks. But this, if you play it casually, is also the first boss where you run into the case where, unless you have basically stacked your physical defense equipment on one character, you will have some trouble surviving this guy, since this guy deals a lot of physical damage. Oh wow, so do I apparently. So our guild toss is going to deal exactly 900 damage to him. So he starts with 1200 HP, so right now I need to deal 400 damage total. Actually no, 300 I need to deal in order to push him below the mark where guild toss is gonna knock him out. So the thing is, if I were to attack Galura here one more time with my physical attack, as soon as he loses 400 HP or more, he's going to counterattack twice. The first one is always going to be a regular physical attack, and the second one, he can do either nothing, so he only counterattacks once, he can do another physical attack, so 2 physical attacks, or a physical attack that is a rush attack. Rush would put us into HP leak status, which very quickly drains your HP. It's kind of like a faster version of poison that kind of wears off over time. And the lower HP you have, the more devastating that is. So it would be very unhealthy for us to get hit by that. We have a good chance of dodging it, and he doesn't always use it, and his regular physical attacks we mostly nullify with our defense, but we can instead just knock him out right here. And we get a high potion for the troubles. So we have 2 high potion and 2 elixirs right now to work with. Yep, frogs are friends, not food. Please no eating frogs. Goodbye, Sildra. Until next time. Yup, poor Sildra. Alrighty, welcome to Karnak area, where I might run into trouble in terms of having really low HP. Even if my defense is decent, running into enemies could potentially be a problem. Let's see how this is going to go. Could be interesting. I really feel like I should just get like a little bit higher level, maybe. So let's see, if I were to use Guild Toss against a pack of wolves, one wolf gives me 125 money back. So effectively I pay 25 gold per wolf in order to get a quick and easy encounter for money. Wolves are the most efficient for, well, acquiring money. So I feel like that's probably worthwhile just to get a bit higher level, so let's do that. Of course they have 0 defense, they have less than 100 HP, we defeat them pretty easily, so we just invest a little bit of money for 350 experience, and we gain 4 levels. Oh wow, that has more levels than I wanted actually. But hey, we have 100 more maximum HP, so that's gonna help me survive quite a bit. However, at level 7, we will have to pay 50 times 7 gold, that is 350 gold per guild toss. So... yeah. In short, this means that we will... also have a bit more damage on guild toss. Not quite enough to one-shot an enemy with 3000 HP. The funny thing is, I actually only need to be level 10 in order to deal 3000 damage to an enemy with 0 physical defense. So this may be worthwhile to go for. Maybe. But I think it's fine, let's just go with that one encounter. Hello, welcome to you. So, in here, I'm briefly going to go ahead and buy a mithril armor, because right now everything is much cheaper than usual. For one purchase exactly, and then we get thrown into prison and everything is back to normal with prices. But having a mithril armor is going to increase my physical defense by a good chunk again. And if I decide that I need some more money and or, well, levels, we can easily take care of some enemies with this armor set. So, let me actually check something real quick. Liquid Flame, gonna be 2-shot. Iron Claw here has 20 defense. Oh boy, I actually would not be able to damage Iron Claw at all right now, I don't think. Well, that's not true. Hello. Nope, I'm correct. Iron Claw takes 0 defense currently, so I would have to see about the commander instead. Sergeant. Sergeant has 0 physical defense, 1000 HP. Sure, that's easy. Just trying of planning a little bit ahead. The Grimers are surrounding everyone again. Grimers just want to hug everybody, that is natural. And welcome to you as well, I hope you're doing well. I guess you like your map, but you're surprised you don't have a Dolan lurking in your stream layout. I guess Dolan would be interesting too, huh? Dolan, as I like to say. And in case anybody is wondering, that is not the meme, Dolan or Dolan. This Donald thing. I don't like that one at all. It is the Ninsetsu 3, aka Trials of Mana Dolan. That one just looks great. Hey, welcome to you, Gunarndine. I hope you're having a nice day. Eidolon. That's the Final Fantasy IX thing for Espers, isn't it? You're off work this week, so it's a nice day by default. Nice. I hope you enjoy your days. Ah, fire! You can interact with fire, and this is all the characters do. It doesn't even deal any damage to you, but it's just like, your character is so surprised every time I try to interact with the fire. I just think it's great. I love the cactus expressions. Ah. Alright. Hello and welcome to you as well. Alrighty, let's go back in here. We don't have to buy sleep because we are not using Ferris as the main character. But I actually don't even have to buy a new weapon for a samurai. The weapons I would buy would be for our other characters, but I also kind of don't want to invest the money for those right now. Let's first of all sell the ethers and all the equipment that I can't and won't use anymore. Diamond bell, shurikens, cabin, bronze armor, leather shield, silk armor, silver ring. Keep the mithril armor because of course. Sell the ice rods, the whip, and the leather armor and equipment. And sell the phoenix stones. Alrighty. Yeah, let's just buy 2 mithril daggers and a mithril sword. These are for my other characters to have them get knocked out in one hit rather than multiples. Then most importantly, we want the mithril shield, which has a 25% chance to block physical attacks. So we basically have 2 times 25% chance to just block physical attacks entirely, which is really nice. We get a plumed hat. This gives us magic evasion. Evasion is kind of like a block chance, but against magic. So 10% evasion for the plumed hat means that if an enemy's attack has a chance to hit, like paralyzing attack, well actually, paralyzing, basically there's attacks that guaranteed land, like damage spells and attacks that inflict status effects. But there's also spells that inflict status effects like sleep or poison or something like that. Either way, with this plumed hat we would have a 10% chance to just dodge these things outright beyond their chance to hit. Alright, aside from that, we don't need to buy anything else. Okay. Optimize equipment. We still have leather shoes, but we will exchange these soon, don't worry. And we move on. I don't really need to do anything else in here. So I think we just go on, yeah. Fish are friends, frogs are food. I mean, I'm okay with fish being friends, but frogs are friends too. Having leather shoes confirms that your party spends most of the time walking around barefoot. I didn't really think about it that way. That's fair. Having leather shoes... Well, if that kind of confirms that most of the time your party is barefoot, what does that say about us replacing the leather shoes with mithril gauntlets? Do we put the mithril gauntlets at our feet? Because that's exactly what I'm gonna do here. Mithril gauntlets. By the way, one thing worth noting here, our equipment weight is 22. Every 8 equipment weight you lose effectively 1 speed. So basically agility minus equipment weight divided by 8, rounded down. So we have 25 agility or speed right now as consequent. So it does actually matter that we are slightly heavier. It's not going to make a huge difference in the grand scheme of things, outside of some very specific circumstances that I don't really know off the top of my head anyway, so we'll see when we get to those, if we get to those. I mean, they might be wearing socks. Well, I imagine, hopefully. They're just hobbits. Yep, hobbits don't need shoes. Maybe feet protection against some of the rougher terrain anyways, though. I might actually just pick up chests that I don't usually pick up with the samurai, just because, hey, that's additional guild toss money. Also, it's kind of mildly ironic to me that samurai gets the best weapon for the early stages of the game of any character, and I'm not using it. That katana is so good. You wonder if they take the socks off when they put on the Hermes sandals. Huh. I don't know. I wouldn't. Because depending on circumstances, if your feet get sweaty, I would rather have socks on, even if it's in sandals. They wear sandals and you upgrade them to leather shoes when you put them on. Well, I suppose that's a fair way to explain it. We can't be friends anymore. I say depending on circumstance, considering that we walk through areas that almost certainly incite very high temperatures. It makes just sense. Under no circumstance. Wow. Wonder actually can we equip a green beret? No. Green beret is medium armor, and often heavy armor equipment users can't equip these either. Kinda like the silver ring. Here we go. Alright, I was maybe going to skip out on getting the Thief's Gloves, but I think it just makes sense to grab them too. They're worth quite a bit of money. Thief's Glove double your chance to steal. In Final Fantasy V, your baseline chance to steal is 40%. To succeed to steal, that is. And it's never going to be any higher or lower unless you specifically equip the Thief's Gloves. The Thief's Glove increases the chance to steal to 80%. However, the chance to steal means that you either get a common steal or a rare steal from an enemy. If an enemy does not have a common steal, you are not getting the 80% chance to get a rare steal. You're just getting the 80% chance to succeed, and then you have a 10 in 256 chance to get the rare steal anyways. So it will still fail despite having an 80% chance to succeed if an enemy, well, if you don't specifically get the rare steal luck, so to speak. How does Mug work in this game? Well, Mug is an ability that the thief unlocks eventually, which, if you select it, it will just do a steal attack. It does a regular physical damage, as if you were to attack, but also try to steal. And the steal chance is the exact same as steal. And yes, it's just a regular attack rolled in with a regular steal. And yes, Muck does benefit from the Thief Glove. At least I'm pretty sure about that. I have to admit, I don't remember testing it. But I would assume it works. Get an elixir, and I think we are still on full on HP. Going to the back row, anything I want to change out? Not really. Maybe? Nah. No, we're fine. So normally, a lot of characters I want to equip the plumed hat on in order to increase the magic defense, but Mithril Helmet has just as much magic defense, just not the evasion part of it. But medium armor equippers would get the plumed hat usually. Alrighty, but welcome to the next boss, Liquid Flame. This is gonna be the first boss that we are not going to be one-shotting. Liquid Flame has 3000 HP, and even though it has 0 physical defense, well, it is still going to take 2 guild toss in order to take it out. So Liquid Flame, whenever it takes damage, it will counterattack, and depending on which form it currently is in, it will counterattack differently. In this case, the humanoid form will counterattack with Flame, which deals 25% of the max health of a character's damage to your entire party. So we have 170 or so health, so the damage is going to be 42, so nothing too bad. However, the hand form here actually could be dangerous if I were to attack it regularly. It has fingertips, but we have actually high enough physical defense that we take 0 damage anyways. So the hand form's regular attacks are pretty much completely inconsequential. However, If I were to say, oh, I would like to save my money for guild toss, I mean, it's not dangerous anyways for the most part. The hand form counterattacks with fire too, which deals like 300 through 350 damage depending on your magic defense. And we don't have that much maximum HP, so just throwing some more money at the problem until it goes away. Also, depending on which form you defeat, you get different items. The fire rod is probably, well, it's kind of the medium option if you want to just get the items for selling. The best option would be the tornado form, which would give you a flame bow, which sells for like over 1,000 gold. Waffles? I like waffles. Also, my plan tomorrow is to play some Zelda Link to the Past multi-world with Velhart. So I was kinda curious whether anybody else would be interested in playing some Link to the Past as well. Randa? Yes, Randa. When would we be starting? We would be starting at around now or an hour later tomorrow. I think. That's when usually Velhart starts his stream. You want to play? Sounds good to me. Well, to be fair, so here's the thing, I'm just asking because I figured, hey, other people might be interested too, but I'm not sure, I didn't ask Val whether I can invite other people, so, yeah, actually I may have to, I probably should ask him before I just invited other people at random. I'm sure it will be fine, probably, but just in case it might not be, just a heads up, I suppose. Ask first. Alrighty. $99-player multi-world. Oh dear. Maybe he also wants to invite some other people? Maybe. The thing is, I'm not sure it will be the multi-world where you just send items to other players in different worlds, or whether it's gonna be the one where it's like a Link to the Past online, where you literally see everybody else running around. That would be kind of fun. Alrighty, we have 10 minutes to run outside. Normally I like to gather some elixirs around here, but doing that would actually mean I would gain a bunch of experience, because the encounters in the chests do give experience. But, oh actually, oh this could be dangerous. I might... Some of these just contain encounters that are pretty scary, actually. So I will probably want to use guild toss against them, unless I... No, actually, here's the problem. The Geiger's enemies can use Arrow 2, kind of like Fire 2, it can deal like 250 to 300 damage. I do not have that much maximum HP, so I pretty much have to use guild toss, and I have to hope that they don't use it against me. if you want to get these items in here. Ooh, just a single Geiges actually cost me less money and I also get less experience. But I still get 350 experience, so I gain another level, so I'll be at level 8 at this point. But more importantly, we get the Elf Cape. The Elf Cape gives me additional magic defense, so maybe I'll survive if I get hit by it. Okay, right now we pay 400 gold for each skill toss per enemy, so keep that in mind. But yeah, that specific encounter usually consists of a Geiges enemy, a wolf, and a sorcerer. And they can be kind of spooky. But also, these chests I'm all running by. Most of them contain elixirs, but they're kind of neat actually to knock out. I didn't even one-shot him because I'm in the back row. And wait, these encounters are kind of neat to knock out because you get a bunch of, well, money along the way. Well, elixirs along the way. But I do not want to be too high of a level, so we don't pay as much for guild toss. Plus, my main way of knocking out these enemies in the first place would be through the means of, well, guild tossing them anyways. What is Samurai about? Samurai is about throwing money at your problem. Yes, actually kind of literally. So this random encounter here with the Sergeant, you can technically run away from, but the chance of doing so is kind of really low. Also, the encounter rate in these areas is also really low, so getting into an encounter is actually kind of unusual. Well, oh actually, I did manage to run away. Unusual. I didn't pick up the chest that contains money. Oh well. So, we have the Elf Cape, but over here we're going to get a even better weapon than the one we have. It has less attack power, but it has a 1 in 4 chance to block attacks, whereas the Elf Cape also has a 1 in 4 chance to block attacks. Skill toss right here. The Geiges would have like 900 maximum or HP. Alright, we get 2 more levels. Oof. So we are level 10 now, so we pay 1000 gold per enemy per guild toss, so that's kind of expensive. But now we have a Guardian Dagger. Gives us an additional 1 in 4 chance to block attacks, so we have now a 1 in 4 chance from the Guardian Dagger. Multiplied by a 1 in 4 chance to block with a Mithril Shield, with a 1 in 3 chance for the Elf Cape, and an additional 1 in 4 chance from the innate ability of a Samurai. So basically, we are more likely to dodge an attack than getting hit. And Stradivarian, thank you so much for 6 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. But yeah, a Samurai has basically really high power level in the early stages of the game. Kind of really overpowered, which is also why you normally wouldn't get it until later. So, I'm actually gonna knock out 2 of the wolves before I guild toss, but I'm going to guild toss because if the Sergeant here is the only enemy remaining at the end, well actually I don't have to guild toss, it's just gonna take a little while longer. If the Sergeant is the only enemy remaining at the end, it will effectively turn into an enemy called the Iron Claw, which has 20 defense. I'm not high enough level to punch through 20 defense, well, with my guild toss ability. So, I'm just gonna defeat him straight up instead. He has 1000 HP exactly, and the wolves actually do not attack on their own volition in this encounter. In the random encounter, both the wolves attack on their own volition as well as the Sergeant telling them to attack. In this encounter, the wolves literally don't do anything aside from waiting until they are commanded to attack. So knock out 2 of the wolves, and then we can just take care of the Sergeant. Effectively saves us 2000 gold right here, not using guild toss in this encounter. Because I would not want to, well, just only have the Sergeant remaining. And we do not have enough speed to outspeed the Sergeant's command, since he is faster than us. Like this summer, you too shall throw me. Thank you, Stradivarian. By the way, the sergeant is considered in the back row because the front is the wolf is in front still. So we only deal half damage. I guess I could actually invest money in order to get elixirs. That actually might be a reasonable thing to do, honestly. Thinking about it. Because I will want to have over 300 HP anyways in order to face Ifrit. Yeah, actually thinking about it, the next encounter with Ifrit is going to be a little bit of a concern. So, let me run inside here real quick. Just grabbing 2 or 3 more elixirs. This guaranteed here has a single Gygas in it, so we basically pay 1000 gold for an elixir right here. And also get some more experience. I think this is gonna be more expensive here now. Yeah. So you really don't want to leave the sorcerers alive. They can confuse you, and getting confused is really, really unhealthy for you. That was about 3000 gold invested right there. But we now have over 300 HP, which hopefully should be enough in order to take on the next 2 bosses. But yeah, I only just now realized that this is probably what I will want to do in this scenario here, where I want to have over 300 HP to survive a fire 2 from Ifrit coming up. So it just makes sense to get a little bit more experience, and this was an easy way to get that more experience. As you can see, the wolf attacks after attack them, but then also attacks on its own turn as well, so that's why it kind of gets 2 attacks right after that. And even though we just defeated the sergeant, he still appears inside in the random encounter. It's kind of weird. The thing is, I don't know whether there is a guaranteed single Gygas encounter chest on the left side for an elixir, but I just figured this might be the easiest way to get one. Elixirs are usually worth your time, so to speak. Okie dokie. I don't really need to do anything in Karnak, do I? Maybe buy some more potions? Nah, we're fine. Alright, equipping the Guardian Dagger again. Let's see. I'm actually curious about the probability of dodging attacks right now. Everything is multiplicative. The dodge chances are not additive unless they are specifically from the shield. In conjunction with, well, being minute. That's somewhat irrelevant right now. Either way, let's see. We have an innate 25% chance to get hit, so 0.75. Then we have another 25% chance to getting hit, so 0.275 chance to get hit. Then another 1 in 3, so 0.6666 whatever 7 chance to get hit, and then we have another. Wait. Guardian Dagger is 0.25, 0.25. I think I missed one of the 0.25, so basically we have about a slightly higher than 28% chance of getting hit. So just over 70% chance of actually dodging physical incoming attacks right now. It's kind of ridiculously good, honestly. So, the next boss we're going to be facing is Ifrit. Ifrit will always either cast Flame with a 1 in 3 chance in his first turn. Flame, once again, is 25% of your maximum health and damage, so we would guaranteed survive it. However, it also has a 2 in 3 chance to cast Fire 2 instead. And Fire 2 is kind of where the problem lies, so to speak. Because if I didn't have at least 300 HP, I would actually die to Fire 2. In fact, I might still die because I'm not sure my magic defense is high enough to, well, reduce it by enough to not get knocked out, but we'll see. There is no weapon with a higher parry chance, right? Yeah, that is accurate. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, even if you have 2 weapons equipped with both having a chance to parry, only one of them will count, I think. I'm actually not entirely sure about that. Hello. What level am I? Level 12. Alright, right now we pay 600 gil per gil toss attack. Wait, is that right? Why did I say 1000 earlier? It was only 500 per gil toss. So we were only saving 1000 gold, not 2000 in the sergeant encounter earlier. Derp. Let's see real quick. Ifrit coming up. Has so this boss here has 3000 HP and 10 physical defense. So we are currently level 12. At level 10 we would deal exactly half his HP in damage with 1500 with Guild Toss. At level 12 we actually deal comfortably more than that. If it never heals itself, so it wouldn't matter, but 2 Guild Toss and we would be able to defeat him. But we need to be able to get these 2 Guild Toss in the first place. Once again, Ifrit will always, in its first turn, do a Fire 2 attack 2 and 3 times or a Flame attack in 1 and 3 times. And he's faster, so he will get off a second attack before I get to move. So let's hope that this second attack is not gonna be... Well, his second attack is a Flame, 25% of our maximum health in damage, or a fight attack or a specialty attack. Specialty always refers to a specific kind of attack that differs from monster to monster. In this case it's a physical attack that also has a chance to paralyze. Would be really bad to get hit by that. So however, it's still kind of preferable to Flame because we have a high chance of dodging it. Let's see. Hey Hatsface, welcome. How are you doing today? We need 2 turns, but... Haha, really? We get a back attacked by this guy. That's just mean. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, Ifrit is faster. How much HP do I have left? I'm not sure. 65. How much HP did we have? Back attacked by a book. Yep. Kind of snuck up on us, that book. 370... I think we have 370 HP. Divided by 4 is 92. We would die to a Flame. So, considering that Ifrit is faster than us, we have to heal. Because he is going to get 2 more turns before I get 1 more. And he guaranteed will knock us out. Oh, and he even hits with the Paralyze attack. Seriously. Wow, that's just mean. We have such a high chance to dodge. Well, I mean... somehow we're still alive, so we need to heal again, because... well, unless we have a 1 in 3 chance to survive this next turn if he uses Flame again, instead of Fire 2, which he already used the last time, otherwise we would have been dead. Yes, the Fire 2, but we are only... yeah, we're not catching up on turns. He's gonna go 2 times. I have to wait, and then heal. Hoping that he doesn't hit me with Flame here. Aww. Wow, what a meanie. What a meanie. That's a first death. That's a 1 in 16 chance to get back attacked. And it's specifically Ifrit and Biblos, the boss after this one, are the only bosses that can get preemptive and back attacks. And for reference, it is a 2 in 16 chance to get a preemptive strike, effectively trivializing this encounter instead. Oh well. Too bad, we're not gonna go deathless. It looks like he's gonna go 3 times before me. I mean, in between turns... he's at maximum going to get 2 turns without, with me getting 1, due to the speed issue. But yeah, I basically had to bank on him not using Flame on that turn and me blocking the physical attack right there, in order to be able to actually get 2 Guild Toss in without dying in between. Hi Fred, welcome, I hope you're doing well. Alrighty, round 2. I mean, it was also really bad luck that I got paralyzed on the second turn. If it only has 2 AI script turns, first one is always going to be Fire 2, Flame, which by the way, it's always 3 possible actions an enemy can take. Well, Guild Toss here. We will survive even a Flame actually here. Oh, we don't. I thought it was 82 damage. But it was only 1 in 3 chance for him to use Flame! I was wrong though. It's still the correct move to just attack instead of doing anything else though. Because the chance of surviving is significantly higher if I knock him out in 2 turns than it is if I were to, well, heal right there. Because he is always going to be faster and eventually gets 2 turns on me. Never tell me the odds? No, always tell me the odds. Because you have to play the odds, but the odds just kind of sometimes don't work out in your favor. That's just the nature of, well, playing with odds. Sometimes they do, and you don't even realize it otherwise. Samurai flying too close to the fire. Indeed. I would guess 1 more level actually would make it so I would survive a Fire 2 plus Flame combination. Well, I suppose there's also a bit of variance on how much damage Flame does in the first place. So there's that too. Hello and welcome. I hope you're doing well. I'm back struggle again. Let's go. Round 3. Right. Only 2 again. This time we guaranteed don't survive a Flame. Really now. Let's see. The specific odds for him to choose Fire 2 in the first round is a 2 in 3 chance, and then a Flame is a 1 in 3. So effectively it's a 2 in 9 chance for him to do this exact sequence of attacks. And this is the only exact sequence of attacks that will, well, have a reasonable chance of killing me here. Aside from the one back attack, 1 in 16, as well as him actually hitting his paralyzing attack with 1 in 3 chance to paralyzing attack in the first place, and then a... what was it? 72% chance to... actually, more like a 28% chance to actually hit it in the first place. Oh well. And Gert Locker, thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to you. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you very much. You're doing well? Oh, you're doing well. That's nice. Seems like this is rough. Well, this is just variance. Sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you don't. That's just the nature of these challenge runs, honestly. There's a pretty solid odds that we win these encounters. But hey, simultaneously, it's also very possible to lose them. Fire 2. Guild number 1, and the physical attack that we even dodged. Guild number 2, we win. He only has 3000 HP. Alrighty, one thing I didn't actually check right now is how much defense does Biblos have? Biblos also has 10 defense, so as a matter of fact, being level 12 is perfect against Biblos right now, because 2 guild toss is guaranteed to kill him. What's my block chance? 72%, basically, and some change. What was the calculation? 30... Wait, how do I... Ah, there it is. Slightly less than 72%. From the shield, 25%. Mythical shield is 25%. Also here, we get a Stealth Robe. Stealth Robe actually has the same defense as a Mithril Armor, but additionally we get 1 more agility. So we go very, very slightly faster, which is nice. More back attacks. I suppose the enemies in here are not dangerous enough for me to worry about going into the front row for back attack dodging. "25% for shield, 25% for weapon, 25% for samurai pass, and 33% for the elf kit." Yes. That is exactly right. Alrighty. And welcome to the next boss. This next boss here is actually one that gives a lot of solo character challenge runs a lot of trouble, especially if you don't have a way to take advantage of his fire weakness, which we don't, but we get here's the other side of the coin. We get a preemptive strike. Biblos is actually quite fast, and his dab attacks can be rather dangerous, but, well, let's put it this way. Biblos has 3600 HP, and he has a wide variety of attacks and moves he can do. Among other things, he could actually reduce our level by halving it. So we would deal actually less damage with Guild Toss than desirable. Plus, once the Biblos is below 800 HP remaining, he has a 1 in 3 chance to counterattack with Strain, which deals about, I don't know, 200-250 damage to us and gives him that health. That Strain attack, combined with a lot of Soul Cactus having not really a good way of dealing much damage in one single swing, is a lot of trouble. However, we have Guild Toss, and even though he can react to Guild Toss with armor, Guild Toss completely ignores armor. So threat here is one of the big reasons why this encounter is often so difficult, because we are now slowed for the rest of the encounter, which, well, the rest of the encounter is not terribly long, to be fair. But that slow, if you get hit early, and you need like 5-6 turns to defeat Biblos normally, or you need to even get lucky that he doesn't armor up or heal too much, it can be really, really devastating. And for specifically the Solo Character Challenge run of the Thief and the White Mage, we had to be both high enough level to survive him running out of HP, and have enough, well, resources to heal for long enough that he eventually runs out of MP, not HP. So yeah, he has 1000 MP, and running him out of MP takes like, I think it was 1.5 hours or so for the Thief, and about 2.5 hours for the White Mage. I might be not quite accurate with that. Either way, it takes a long time regardless. I ambushed a book. I did indeed. And you know what? That book kind of, well, attacked me from both sides, so it would have been reasonable to say that, hey, that book ambushed me, because that's kind of how it looked. But the one laying right in front of me, that Biblos or Ifrit popped out, I got back attacked by that. Oh well, it's fine. Either way, Samurai, as you kind of would expect, I suppose. Not really any trouble whatsoever to deal with Biblos. The next boss we're going to run into is called Sandworm, and at this point we are level 12. Let me see real quick, how much damage do we deal to enemies at level 12? At level 12, we, on an enemy with 0 physical defense, we deal 3300 damage. But it also costs us 600 gold per target. 600 times 4 is 2400, so in order to one-shot the Sandworm, it's going to cost me 2400 gil. Which we can do, I suppose. And yes, right now we have exactly 6666 gil. What was the level of the Zerker when he went for the Sandworm? I don't know. I knew I had to grind for a Soul Cannon to, like, what, level 86 or something like that, so somewhere on the way to level 86 I decided to go and knock out Sandworm. Don't exactly remember when I did that. Hello. So what I would like to do is I would like to buy a few status recovery items from this guy here. Just in case I want to revert the statuses. That eyes. I don't usually get hit by many status effects, but just in case I do. Sell the ether, sell the leather shoes, sell the iron shield. Sell the Thief's Glove. Thief's Glove was worth 1500 gold. That's actually a lot more than I thought it was. Nice. Cannot equip the Green Beret, unfortunately. Sell the Phoenix Downs. Sell the Full Moon. Sell the Giant Elixir. Fire Sword. Fire Rod. Sell the Mithril. Actually, I'm gonna keep the Mithril Gauntlet just in case I wanna grind against the wolves a little bit. But I don't need the Mithril Armor anymore because the Stealth Robe is just strictly better. Okay, don't need the cannon. Hey. How does Guild Toss work with enemy defense? You know, some bosses are immune to it. You're not sure how I understand the mechanics behind that. So the formula is pretty simple, honestly. So if an enemy has 10 defense, then the attack power of the Guild Toss is reduced by 10. The way Guild Toss works is kind of in short, actually. I can probably just show it off again real quick. Here we go. The damage you do with Guild Toss, in short, is on an enemy with 0 defense, you deal your level plus 10, so in our case that is 12 plus 10, so that's 22 right now, times 150. So that 150 is why Guild Toss often does such absurd damage. So 12 times 150 is 3,300 damage. So that's how much damage we deal against an enemy with 0 defense. However, as soon as an enemy has any defense whatsoever, that attack stat here is reduced by however much the defense an enemy has. So Ifrit just earlier, as well as Byblos, both had 10 defense. So it was basically level plus 10 minus 10, so 12, times 150 is the damage that we dealt, which was exactly 1,800. So, against an enemy with 20 defense on the other hand, which I think we're gonna run into very shortly, our damage output is going to be actually a fair bit less than that. If I'm not mistaken, let me confirm this real quick. Crayclaw has like 20 defense. Oh, I'm actually wrong. Crayclaw has 25 defense. That's a very sturdy lobster. So right now, until level 16, I'm going to deal 0 damage to Crayclaw coming up. And if I want to, well, two-shot him, I would need to be level 22 against Crayclaw. Actually, I feel like that is probably worth kind of investigating how I'm shaping up against Soul Cannon after that, maybe. Or even Adam and Timmy. In order to figure out what level do I want to be. I'm at a good level for Sandworm right now. And if I level up any higher than I currently am right now, against Sandworm I would actually throw away a lot more money, like literally. So we're going to go ahead and defeat Sandworm, but then I might actually just return instead of continuing on. Because, again, the boss right after that is Crayclaw. And Crayclaw, we have a load of physical evasion. So we can probably last for quite a long time without too much trouble. But because he has so much physical defense, our attacks are not going to deal a whole lot of damage unless we get a critical hit with the katana. And yeah, in order to beat the 190 defense, you would need to have a character well above 100. Well, to be specific, in order to deal any damage with Guild Toss, you would need to have a character level 181. Which I think you can technically achieve with both chemist mixes and bard levels, since they stack separately. But good luck on doing that. Might as well use the bard for other purposes instead. Omega is weak to lightning, but the lightning spells don't work too well, while the bolt sword does. I mean, lightning spells work really, really well. The problem is hitting Omega with the spells because he has permanent reflect, so you have to reflect off your own wall in order to hit Omega. Like, they deal a ton of damage. It's really awkward to get them to hit in the first place. Then again, you can use a little minor exploit in order to actually prevent Omega counterattacking if you target your entire party with reflect up except for one person. Because that one person getting hit by lightning attack, Omega will actually not counterattack those. Yes, Omega has a ridiculous amount of magic evasion. So even if he is susceptible to certain status effects, unless they're guaranteed to hit, like songs with stop, it's not really going to likely affect him. Welcome to Ampatred or Amphatred. Hope you have a nice day so far. Can you dispel Omega's reflect? I don't think so. I mean, damage spells are not subject to magic evasion. Only, well, chance to hit things. With the exception of Mystic Knight, who, if you hit the enemy with the first deal attack with like a sleep blade and they're susceptible to sleep, they're going to be guaranteed, well, put to sleep. Kind of convenient, these sea areas are just going to put our bodies to sleep, except for Galef. I kind of have to do this myself, I guess. I just realized this was a good opportunity to give everybody their Mythical Daggers and Sword in order to, well, make that easier. Oh well, hopefully I'll remember next time. Ryu's 0 HP. I mean, that would be instant death, but I think he's immune to that. Hello, best NPC in the game time. Yeah, I really like that weird old man who seems to sense the earthquake well before it happens. It's quite fascinating. The old kind town here going, haha, your ship broke. Oh no, that's terrible. Haha. Yep. Great. And your characters don't even have a response for that. Well, your ship sank, I suppose. Once you reduce Omega's HP to 0, the reflect is dispelled. Well, I mean, is it really though? Let's say you could continue the fight and actually target the dead corpse. Would it actually still have reflect or not? Because if you think about it, the character with the reflect ring that is knocked out on the floor still has reflect. Actually, you could test that, I suppose. If you can reflect rays off of a reflect ring, and a character that is dead on the floor, can you cast a rays on them? I actually always forget that you can actually fly over mountains with the Chocobo. I always tend to avoid them, because my brain tells me I can't fly over them. Huh. Okay. Yeah, seems like a very specific circumstance, doesn't it? Alrighty, so I will want to figure out what I want to do against Crayclaw. We actually may just go for Zeal Attack against Crayclaw, because we do have a really good weapon with the Samurai Sword. It is 42 attack power, minus 25, leaving us with 17, and then we have whatever the attack multiplier for character currently is, which is a lot less than most other characters would be at this stage of the game, to say the least. By the way, I don't even need to save against the Sandworm. I will get counterattacked by Demi, attacking the holes as well, but Sandworm has 3000 HP, 0 physical defense, which means I will guaranteed one-shot it with Guild Toss. So the fight will end before, well, anything else happens at that point. And the counterattacks will always reduce my current HP by half. So the basic gist is, if you attack a hole, it's kind of like, oh no, you're falling into the hole and lose half your HP. Half your current HP, that is. Which kind of makes a lot of sense in that sense. Because in other Final Fantasies, the attack that reduces your HP by half is like called Gravity or something like that. Oh, well. We just spend 1600 times 3 gil in order to knock out the Sandworm. Very easy. No, I already put the times 3 in there. It's 12 times 50, which is 600, times 3 is 1800. At least it's not like a circuit that sees 6 targets. Yep. That sounds about right. I want to equip some glasses on the Berserker so it doesn't have double vision. Then again, not having glasses equipped isn't exactly double vision, is it? It's just very blurry. Not much of a challenge, that worm. Precisely. Alrighty, so I think I'm gonna take the first break of the stream today. And during the break I'm gonna do 2 things. I'm gonna... well, 3 things technically. I'm gonna empty my dryer, put the stuff from the laundry into the dryer, and start a new washing machine. Oh, also I suppose I'm gonna figure out what the approaches I want to take with Crayclaw, because once again, I would need to be at least level 16 in order to deal any damage with Guild Tossed against that guy. But in order to deal decent damage, I would need to be a bit higher than that. So I kind of want to figure out what is my approach to deal with the bosses after that as well, just kind of to have a sense on what I want to do. I'll probably just end up grinding here against the wolves for a little while, so if you need to do something, now's a good opportunity, because you're likely going to return to me grinding on wolves, so be right back everybody. Alrighty, I'm back. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. I hope you're all having a good time so far. Okay, after quick consideration, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna only worry about Crayclaw. And Crayclaw is gonna be a relatively easy enemy slash boss to take out at just about level 22. At 22 we need 2 Guild Toss in order to defeat Crayclaw, and realistically he has very little chance of actually defeating us. Although it's still technically possible. It's a lot less likely than Ifrit, let's put it that way. But in order to get to that point, we're just gonna grind here on wolves. Now the wolves are, well, relatively easy to take out, but because we don't have an area of effect attack that doesn't just cost us a ton of money, it just makes more sense to take them out one by one by one. We could fight other things that give us more experience, but the wolves, oh, they are easy to take out. They don't cost us, well, any real HP, honestly. And, more importantly, per enemy taken out, they give actually a lot of money, which is kind of the useful part about this. The only really comparable spot, aside from this, would be the island with the Black Flames. Black Flames would actually be really, really good, except that, well, each Black Flame does not give us quite 650 gold, or, well, 600 it was in the previous level, I think anyways. Let's see, Black Flame. Black Flames give us 174 gil each. So unfortunately, we would not break even with using guild toss on them, even though it would be an incredibly quick and efficient way to level up. We would just kind of invest way too much money that we kind of probably need for future bosses. Again, I haven't exactly done much planning in this one. Actually, aside from the planning I'm doing literally right now, none at all. It occurs to me to wonder if there was any culture / wordplay going on between the wild nags in the woods and the Karnags in the escape boss. Possibly. Escape was Carnage. I mean, calling these guys nags instead of wolves seems kind of weird. Me. What are they called in the official translation? Don't know. So they have basically the same name, I guess. What's a quarter water? I don't know. Maybe you use a quarter and turn it into water? I guess the most common measure for water would be liters, at least around here, so that would be 250 grams of water. Or 2.5 deciliters. What's that in gallons? I have absolutely no clue. But I'm sure there is some converter tools online. How many gallons are in 2 meters? I don't know gallons, but if you have 1 by 1 meter, that is, let's say, 100 deci. So 1 by 1 liter would be 1 by 1 meters is 100 liters, I think. Wait, is that right? No, isn't that 1,000? Because that would be a ton, a literal ton. Yeah, it should be 1,000 actually. So you just multiply that by 8. That's right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah. So I guess 2 by 2 meters of water would be 8 tons of water. So you can convert that to gallons if you want that. That's easy. 1 cubic foot is 10.2 gallons. I have no idea how much a foot is even. I mean, the most useful place to use feet in is in D&D, because you know 1 square is 5 by 5 foot. And it seems to be just a convenient measure. It's 5 toes to a foot, I like that. Usually anyways. I had a teacher who had 6 toes to a foot. How many stones do you guys weigh? Depends on how much one stone weighs. Is it consistent? I have no idea what the actual measurement thing is. 5 toes to a foot, so a cubic foot would be 15 toes. No, actually. Don't think that's accurate. Yeah, I think it should be 125. Because it's... In order to get a cube out of a line, you need to, multiply it by itself 3 times. So the power of 3. You'll be honest, you don't know what the Imperial system is based on. The 10 base metric system is easy, granted that you did not grow up with Imperial. Exactly. Growing up with one or the other, well, you're just used to the one that you're using, of course. So the other one is always gonna be a bit foreign, but I do think metric is just easier to learn from outside. Probably. Given I never had to learn it from outside, so I technically cannot even comment on that. A stone is 6.35 kilograms. Okay, so I'm like, I don't know. 6.35. Okay. So I'm about, I don't know, 12 and a half stones, probably slightly more than that. Engineers and scientists prefer metric even in non-metric countries. Well yeah, the thing is, there's not a whole lot of non-metric countries, so it makes sense to just use the unit of measurement that is most commonly used. One of my, in hindsight, favorite things about my teachers was that starting in like, I don't know, 5th grade, our teachers insisted on you need to write the unit of measurement next to the number. They would actually subtract points in tests when you didn't put the unit of measurement in the appropriate places, which in hindsight makes so much sense. At the time it was just kind of annoying slash irritating, but yeah. It makes so much sense. Oh wait, you took damage. I can take damage, technically, just not much. I mean, at least Imperial for height is just as arbitrary to me personally like it is for meters. Like, sure, I have a better sense of how much 1 meter is, but mainly thanks to Dungeons and Dragons, I kind of have a good idea on how tall a character is if you tell me it's like 5 foot or something like that. You really don't get why you use 2 different measurements to tell your height, like 6 foot 1 inch, that's so weird, why not 6.xx foot? It's a fair question, I would say. At least you would only use one of the weird measure thingies. It's probably just kind of because there is the same reason why we use 1 meter 20 centimeters type of deal. It's just kind of using the small unit of measurement. Then again, we should just say 1.2 meters too. It's a good question. I don't know. I would dare to say it's habit. Somebody started it, and then others continued it. Because 1 foot is not base 10, it's base 12. I mean, does it matter what its base is? What gets frustrating is games imported from generally Japan, where the original dimensions were likely centimeters, and all they did was apply the conversion to straight inches. Yeah, that's weird. Isn't that kind of why the Pokemon, like heights and weights etc., are completely out of whack? I think that was kind of part of it. Yes, base 12 would, if I'm not mistaken, base 12 technically would make more sense as a whole, but you would kind of need that to make everything that. Getting schooled on Twitch? I mean, at least for me and my channel here, that is decently common where we just talk about these things, especially during the grind, where what else we gonna do? Just lean back and, I don't know, enjoy the music, I guess. For me this is really relaxing, because I don't really have to do anything aside from walk around occasionally and then hold down the A button. Base 12 is great, if you grow 2 extra fingers. Maybe. Do we want to talk about Fahrenheit and Celsius stuff next? No, why would we? Let's talk about Kelvin instead. At least that way we have an absolute zero. I actually did not pay attention to my numbers. I don't know whether I deal enough damage from the back row to one-shot the wolf. Let's see. I do, nice. As long as it's well over 100, we are going to be guaranteed to one-shot them even from the back row. Hey, we scientists use Kelvin, just not outside of work. Right, it makes sense. The nice thing is, converting from Celsius to Kelvin is pretty easy. You just subtract, what was it, 273 point something from one to the other? I don't remember the exact number. How do you pronounce croissant? Well, for me it's croissant because that's the word I learned in French class. Other than that, it's Gipfeli, because that's the Swiss German word for it. I like that blood. I mean, the thing is, on the other hand, any word that just kind of looks like it could be French, I just try to pronounce French because I'm used to it now too. And sometimes that leads to slightly weird results. Honestly, I dare to say, it doesn't matter to me what is or isn't the right way to pronounce something. As long as you know what I'm talking about, I'm okay with that. You can say croissant or whatever other people say. As long as I know what this is, that's fine. It's kind of the same deal to me with Eris and Erif. Write it however you want, I probably know who you're talking about. Wasn't croissant actually invented in Austria? I have no idea, dude. Maybe. I actually forgot what my goal level was, hang on. 22! I want to get to the level 22. 22 means that it's going to cost me 1,100 monies per guild toss. But at some point the increased guild toss per level becomes trivial in the grand scheme of things, which we have crossed that threshold now. Initially it was kind of a big deal to pay 50 more gold per level, but at this point I'm not gonna really use guild toss in regular encounters much anyways. I just need to have just enough money for the bosses. Then we roll with that. Actually, I could probably look ahead and see what Soul Cannon thinks of this. Let's see. In French, baked goods of that type are sometimes called viennoiserie. I see. Right, I'm just checking the defense of future enemies. Rockets and flame guns have 15 and 20 defense respectively, which actually is quite a lot for how much HP they have. 2 Giltos each should still be fine though, I think. What about launchers? Launchers have 0 defense, so they die no matter what. However, Soul Cannon has 5 defense, so let's see. 15 for flame guns at level 22 would actually be a one-shot, wouldn't it? Yes, flame gun would be a one-shot with 15 defense. Rockets with 20 defense would be guaranteed 2 shots. So I guess it's going to be either it costs us double or it doesn't. Easy enough. Now with 5 defense, at level 22 we will deal just over 4000 damage, which is 3 attacks and 350 damage. Who did we die to? We died to Ifrit twice, because... or was it 3 times? Wait, actually it was 3 times, wasn't it? Yeah, it was 3 times. Okay, I didn't write the number correctly. We died to Ifrit 3 times. Because... the first battle, we got a 1 in 16 back attack, and I couldn't recover from that in time. Which was a bit unfortunate to say the least. And then in battles number 2 and 3, we get the 2 in 9 chance that Ifrit specifically chose Fire 2 and Flame, while rolling high enough on the Fire 2 with my level. Technically, those the second and third death was avoidable, technically. But practically, I would have had to level up like 2 or 3 more times at the time, and I didn't really calculate yet what else I would want to get for. Yes, the book ambushed us. Then again, on Biblos, we ambushed the book, so it kind of evens out. Because Biblos was kind of the more important one. Well, actually, maybe not for a samurai. Also, I'm starting to think level 22 is actually quite a bit away with Wolf's Edge. I might want to just throw some money at Black Flames briefly. I don't plan on buying an Angel Ring or a Flame Ring in World 1, so we have whatever money we have to throw. Save the frogs. Frogs are friends, not food. Hello and welcome. These guys are wild dogs in the translation that has wyverns. I see. Well, from what they are represented in the game, that is, I suppose, a bit closer. Uh-oh. Please don't put a food box into the food box. I heard that is very unhealthy to do. Yellow cake is not explosive. Oh, that's what you think. Have you ever tried throwing it at enemies? And yes, solo. Just one character, just one job. Nothing else. Well, I mean, last time I used it in Tales of Fantasia, it pretty much knocked out a whole lot of enemies, which was quite useful, to say the least. Well, to be fair, I didn't really know what exactly yellow kick is, aside from it has to do with radioactive stuff and uranium. But I mean, what I'm referring to is basically the item in Tales of Fantasia that in the speedrun you use specifically in order to complete one of the most awkward encounters. Actually, no, the most awkward encounter in the game. Oh well, I feel like this grind here is probably a bit slower than necessary. Then again, look at the bright side. At least it's relatively easy to do. And we are effectively gathering money for the future. So that's nice. I don't think there's any katanas that you can buy in this game, thinking about it. I think all the katanas you either find in chests or from the sealed shrine. With these challenges, is it freelance until the appropriate crystal or just at first crystal pick the job for challenge? Basically, I actually even used the jobs just before entering the wind shrine. So even before even getting the first crystal. Also, I use a modified save file in order to be able to select the jobs early. Otherwise, for a lot of jobs you would just kind of see freelancer for the first, like, I don't know, 20 bosses. And that will kind of get really repetitive. You can buy katanas. I see. I actually have no idea where to get katanas from. Usually the katanas I do get are just the ones that are in chests and such. In Galaf's castle, a purchasable katana. Maybe. I don't remember, we can check. It's upstairs in the shop, not one town. I mean, we can check briefly. In Licks, I think. I mean, I always like visiting Licks. My favorite music in the game. Wrong button. Isn't it? Where's my map? I thought LNR was map. Did I not pick up the map? No, I picked up the map, I know that. Do you not get a map on a Chocobo? No, I did grab it. I didn't die to Siren. And I even explained how it's possible to miss it. Here it is. And yes, this is basically the ninja town, because this is where you can buy elemental scrolls and significantly cheaper potions. And since money is actually kind of a big concern, I'm just gonna buy the potions here. But also will have bought the other, well, items here for purposes. You can buy a kunai here, which is a ninja weapon, but no samurai sword. Close, but not quite. Okay, enough music. Let's go back to visiting wolves. How much money do I have? 26,000. We are level 18. Which is 900 gold per enemy per cast, times 5, because 5 black flames would be 4,500 gold invested in one black flame encounter for just 1,350 gold. I think that's not really worth it. Maybe? Suppose we also get a little bit of money back. 870 gold. Wait, did I miss the thing? Oh, no, it's further over here. This is the central sea. Yeah, I actually only just now realized that I never ended up buying any katanas. I suppose I don't usually or often get samurai as a job in 4-job fiestas either. In Jackal, Regal, Kelp, Castle Ball, Drakenvale, Castle Surrogate, Phantom Village, Sea Trench. Okay. I would guess that Castle Ball, Drakenvale and Castle Surrogate are the same one, because all of these also sell like the sleep sword and such. Wait, Drakenvale? Okay, I don't actually remember what Drakenvale is. Whatever. That's what you get for using the up key. Let's see. This is my up key. Yeah. Drakenvale is World 2, save the hero found item. Oh, right, I know that there's a katana there. I just thought that you were listing the ones where you can buy them. Phantom and Trench have Kikuichi. See? Yeah, let me actually look at katana weapons. Because I don't usually know what they are. So we have katana, which is the weapon we have, 42 attack power and a 12% chance to critically hit. In fact, all katanas, except for the Murasame, have a 12% chance to critically hit. Oh yeah, doesn't Twentanya have a rare drop for a katana as well? So then the first katana is just katana. Then the second one is called Airblade, which is the one you get in the Kiryu Mountain. Only 2 more attack power, but it does have the 12% chance for a Gale Cut attack. Which is definitely interesting. Then we have the Kotetsu sword, which I suppose is the one that we can buy, I guess? I don't actually know. Then we have the Bison sword, no idea where that's from. Also not much stronger than the previous ones. The Forged sword, which I think is a rare drop from a certain enemy, or maybe a rare steel, I don't remember. Then we have the Murasame, which is not the Masamune. Murasame I think is the rare drop from Twentanya's second form. Then we have Masamune, which is the legendary one. It's the only one that I'm really going to use, and the Tempest Sword. Where does that come from? The Tempest slash Murakama is a rare steel from the Void Samurai. Interesting. But where do you get a Tempest Sword from? That apparently has more damage than a Masamune. And a slightly higher critical hit chance. Oops. Tempest Sword is a rare steel from a bodyguard. Okay, bodyguard are the ones that are in the void. Okay. 117 attack power. And also it's a rare steel from Neo XF Part 3, which is the physical part actually. Yojimbo, exactly. That's the bodyguard. Yojimbo, I think it's bodyguard in this translation, but it's Yojimbo in the GBA translation. We should get it from Ned. Easy peasy. Not that easy. Alright, let me see. Murasama has actually the highest critical hit chance with 25%. And it's a rare steel from the giant bird. Oh wait, I think those are the giant butterflies, aren't they, on the sea? Interesting. And yes, it is a rare drop from Twintania. I do tend to like to try and get all the unique things unique to a class, and samurai swords are kind of unique to the samurai. So I might actually just be hunting for the samurai swords, even though they are kind of awkward to get, it looks like. The big butterfly, yes. It's still my favorite name. So yeah, big butterfly we need to steal the Murasame from. Doesn't have seemingly anything special going for it. Which neither does the Tempest Sword. At least the Masamune, you can get initiative and haste. Yojimbo actually means bodyguard. Yes, it does. It's one of the very few words I happen to know, although I had no idea how to spell it. Do you know why I know the Yojimbo is the word for bodyguard? Oh, what was it? Basically, that's a pretty unknown anime that has just really smooth and nice animations. It's nothing crazy or anything story-wise crazy. It was just nice. But I keep thinking of it once in a while. What was it called? Oh no, I forgot the name. It's kind of a complicated name. Basically, there was a lady taking care of like a royal kid who needed to be protected for some reason due to, I don't know. No idea. It was a really long name that wasn't actually translated, but it was really good. Either way, that's where I learned what Yojimbo means. Then, Bison Sword. Where do you get a Bison Sword from? Is that the one you can buy? That's probably the one you can buy, or it's not in the game because there's no information in the thingy here. Then the Kotetsu Sword. Kotetsu Sword is a rare drop from a Slonin. Those are the ones in the island shrines, aren't they? Bison is at Castle Surgate. Okay, good to know, thank you. Can you also buy a Kotetsu Sword? You may have to hunt the Slonins in order to get that, I suppose. And then we have the Air Blade, which is... Oh wait, no, actually, don't you get that other katana in X-Dev's castle? That might actually be a Kotetsu sword. Or it could be the Forged sword for all I know. Stick. You can buy Kotetsu in the Virage village. Okay. Oh, we can just get it from Exos Castle. Numbblade. Yeah, Slonin is also known as Numbblade. It's a side effect of the way the most popular night novel search form works. The longer the name, the higher it ranks. Interesting. So basically it's gaming the system. Which makes a lot of sense, because if you think of it the other way around, like, if you are looking for a video game which has a very simple name, like a video game that is named Clone, good luck trying to find it. Not gonna easily pop out in your search. Which, by the way, that's a thing. It's Clone is a abandonware game at this point, like it does. I think it might be DOS, it might be early Windows title. It's a really interesting puzzle game, but took me ages to find that thing again when I forgot the name at some point. Also, random note, Cool Kid just got the record in Super Mario Bros. 2 all levels in All Stars. Congratulations. It's still weird, it is. You drank all your juice. Well, it's kind of a dilemma, isn't it? Because drinking all the juice is the part where it's RPG sad. But just having the juice isn't RPG happy, is it? That's weird. Oh, in that case, why don't you just open it? And then just don't drink it. Then you're never going to get to the state where you will have drunk it already. It just like chips. Well, fair. Oh boy. What were we discussing? The concept of once you have drunk all your juice, you're sad because there's no more juice to drink. But the happy part is looking forward to drinking the juice. So I suggested that you should just open up the juice, whatever canister you have or so, and then not drink it. That way you're in a consistent state of happiness. But apparently I'm wrong about that. What level am I anyways? 20. Alrighty. 2 more levels. Constant state of happiness. Until the juice picks up ambient bacteria, then it's a constant state of fermentation, which may also lead to happiness, or vinegar. Or a lot of tummy ache if you decide to actually drink it anyways. Why would anyone drink juice when there's coffee? Well, the most likely scenario there would be if you have a lot of trouble sleeping. So you probably want to drink your juice instead of coffee. What about coffee flavored juice? Now here's the question, can you turn coffee beans into juice rather than coffee? Sleep is just a replacement for coffee? Yeah. Not really. Compromise Russian tea. Black tea with orange juice. Okay. I don't think I've tried that one before. It's called decaf and it's not as good. Oh yeah, I think I tried that before. I don't mind it. But then again, apparently I have no idea what good coffee is, even though I had plenty. I actually have no idea how many carriers created. You actually found really great decaf? Nice. It tastes better than actual normal dark roast. You once made substitute coffee from roasted dandelion roots. It was surprisingly good. That sounds interesting to try. Full bladder. I mean, that's true for water too, though. Is this a money grind? No, this is a level grind, where I just happen to do it where it's also efficient to get money. So in a sense, I'm kind of slower grinding experience than, well, in a sense necessary, but because I know that we will likely want to have the money in the later stages. This looks like a slow grind scenario, a little bit. We're gonna need 1.5 more levels, then we're done here, so it's fine. Corn silk tea is surprisingly good for no caffeine. No idea what that is, sounds interesting. It was a bit labor intensive pulling up and cleaning the roots. Took some time. Yeah, I believe it. Level 21. We need 3002 more experience. And we get about 350 per encounter, so... It's less than 10 encounters, probably 9. hop flavored sauna. That sounds interesting. I mean, I don't know about other countries, but to my knowledge, it's actually not allowed to make advertisement for alcoholic beverages in Switzerland. So, what do? Well, they just make advertisements for their non-alcoholic beverages. So people know you actually exist, and hey, we may also have alcoholic parts of it. I guess. Oh, I had no idea. If I hold down the A button, you actually automatically, well, interact with the Chocobo, I guess. Welcome to you, Dr. Mr. Punny. You wanted to ask how my experience of Bravely Default 2 was. I think that game is really, really good. Might be the best game I've played from a major company in recent memory. Like, basically, it just fit all really well together to me. I really like the story, I really like the characters, and I really, really enjoyed the system for combat and such. So that's great. Well, take care, Blood. Thank you for dropping by, and I hope you have a nice evening. So there's probably going to be some types of challenge runs for Bravely Default 2 in the future. Maybe it's just going to be like a continuation of this series here. Maybe. I don't know. There's a very high chance I will play Bravely Default 2 some more. But I may want to collect some data first. And also kind of learn as to what may or may not be good challenges. I've seen Magus and Bowie do some Furcho Fiesta type thing, and they looked interesting. I'm not sure how interesting it was in the long run though, but I feel like you probably learn a good chunk about the game doing these. Accidentally interacted with Chocobo again. Should have at least let it say "hua" before I actually picked it up, I suppose. Next thing you want to try and do is try out Final Fantasy VI T Edition. Supposedly it's great. What is that, if I may ask? And hello, Silas outside, welcome. I hope you have a nice day so far. Looks like T edition is a ROM hack. I mean, yeah, I suppose. I figured, but I don't know what it is about. Welcome back, Valokar. How's the grind going? Quite fine. We're actually pretty close to the end here. Almost level 22. While also grabbing a ton of money. Storm hack, but a good one apparently. Right, I would like to know what it is about. And just 3 more encounters. Excuse me. Took actually a bit longer than I anticipated the grind would, to be honest. But then again, we have done much longer grinds on other characters in order to just barely beat Biblos before, to be fair. But that was kind of expected in these characters, not necessarily in Samurai. Oh well. I suppose a tricky part about Samurai is we don't really have a good way of grinding until we unlock the last ability. For anybody who is curious, the last ability of a Samurai is, I think, called Iainuki. I'm not sure what it's called in this version, but that's one of the names. And the short version is, I think it's an instant death attack on all targets with not the greatest accuracy. And it cannot hit enemies that are heavy, so it's like a time magic instant death attack or so. I actually don't know how the accuracy works on it exactly, I just know it doesn't really have high accuracy. It's just called Flash here. It's quite good, 85% hit chance. I see. I assume it is still compared to magic evasion. Just like a spell. Alrighty. Yeah, that's good to know. 85%? Pretty solid. Especially, well, it beats having to knock out enemies one by one. Maybe I should have just grinded in a different place, just because I would get more ability points. Then again, there's not really many places where you could get much more, huh? Black Flames is pretty much the only other option here. Well, sort of. If you defeat them one by one, it's not great. We could guild toss them, but it's really expensive. Which is the main problem about it. By the way, at level 22, one guild toss will cost 1100 gold per enemy hit. So it's not terribly cheap either. So we basically will pay 2200 gold to Craig Claw, we pay 1100 or 2200 per flame and rocket encounters. We actually just barely managed to one-shot the flame launchers. And then we pay, what was it? 3300 for the initial toss at Soul Cannon, and then another... well, similar amount. We actually just barely don't one-shot the last portion of Soul Cannon. Or well, no, we just need slightly more damage, but we just barely don't get it. I think it's 4 attacks there. Alrighty, either way, we have managed to reach level 22. With level 22, our guild toss will have enough attack power to defeat Craig Claw in 2 attacks. Actually, I completely forgot about Adam and Timmy. I didn't even check the stats. Hang on. Adam and Timmy, 25 defense. I think that's the same as Grey Claw. Yeah, that's the same as Grey Claw. I actually never realized that Adam and Timmy had the exact same physical defense as Grey Claw. Oh. Interesting. Alright, we're gonna go into the back row and equip the Elf Cape so we have even more physical evasion. And enemy encounters in the desert here are mildly tricky to run away from, so chances are they will hit us, so being in the back row, on average, is going to result in less damage taken. Timmy has armor too and shell, right. But I didn't realize that it's the same physical defense as a baseline. Is what I mean. And Giltos completely ignores armor and shell, which is the fun part about it. T Edition is basically a full overhaul hack, fixes bugs, adds side content and rebalances skills, replaces Esper stat system, etc. Supposedly it's actually well thought out compared to most ROM hacks. That sounds neat. Also, we just got poisoned, so where's my antidotes? I did buy them, I know that. There they are. Just went straight past them. How much? Alright, we would have enough HP to survive Chimera. Hang on, let me check something real quick. Chimera. Storm Chimera has... Oh, it's only 186 monies, never mind. Then again, actually, Chimeras would be better money invested per experience gained, since it's a single target, guaranteed encounter, and gives 1000 experience, than Black Flames. So if I need levels, I could throw money at Chimeras in theory. They escaped before you could do the same. Yep, and I get ability points for it, or well, shot points. Which reminds me, we have evade for evading more attacks. I'm pretty sure this does not stack, by the way. We have Guild Sloth, and we have Sword Slap, which paralyzes enemies. Oh yeah, actually I forgot to mention this one. Sword Slap is an interesting one, because even though it does not paralyze enemies as advertised, because it just straight up doesn't work, it actually does have its uses. Because it's supposed to paralyze enemies, it actually does not trigger the running away from the chicken knife. And as such, it does have kind of a strange use. We can, as a matter of fact, use it in combat once we have a chicken knife. But beyond that, I don't even know whether it's a regular attack damage. Wait, okay, please. But I'm actually kind of curious. I highly doubt you get twice evasion. I think you either have it or you don't. But hey, I don't actually know. Maybe you do get more evasion if you equip evade and have evade passively. Yeah, 3 chop points is pretty good. I'm curious, what's the last abilities for Samurai? FF5 Samurai. Because I never remember. Okay, next job level is equip katanas. Actually, is that true? Yeah, it is. Well, it's actually pretty easy to get equipped katanas with only requiring this many ability points. Well, I guess it still takes a while in a regular playthrough. Oh, that's a good point, Risalizer. Sword Slap also does not wake up a target. I forgot about that part. That's a very good point. That's a very, very good point. It's like a dance in a sense, with its physical attack just kind of not triggering what physical attacks normally trigger. Well, in that sense, we might actually be able to circumvent some counterattacks. We might have actually been able to defeat Galura without triggering counterattacks with that. Oh, that's a missed opportunity right there. I should have checked that. Then again, Galura counters damage, it doesn't counter... No, actually Galura would have countered either way. Meanwhile... Tick tock, tick tock. Alrighty, after a much longer interval between the previous bosses and this one, we finally arrive at Crayclaw. So Crayclaw is the boss that is not usually particularly difficult, even with most encounters, unless you run into it, not realizing that you should probably have a little bit more damage output than I had with a thief, or you're a white mage. White mage also had some trouble with Crayclaw. Either way, as long as you have lightning element, you're usually fine against this guy. He has a lot less HP than the previous bosses with only 2000, but his physical defense is actually rather substantial. He has 25 physical defense, which means your physical attacks will likely be reduced by a lot. And this is also the reason why we had to hit level 22 right here, in order to be able to, well, have enough damage to two-shot him. And Crayclaw is kind of a basically Carl Boss 2.0. He has attacks which are a physical attack and, well, paralyze you. He has attacks that put you to the critical HP with Tail Screw, and he can just do a regular physical attack. But unlike the others, he actually has a 2 in 3 chance to use Tail Screw. So he's actually more likely to use Tail Screw again rather than attacking in the next turn here, which means you have just a 2 in 3 chance to survive without even healing, even if you don't have evasion. And pretty much every character at this point has at least the Elf Cape, usually also the Guardian Dagger, so you usually have about 50% chance to block an attack even if he physically attacks. So basically, if you don't heal right here, it's only 1 in 6 chance to die on most characters. On a... oh, I need to actually equip the Guardian Dagger here. Whoops. Where is it? There it is. On a Samurai, we have a significantly higher chance of not getting hit by physical attacks, so we just go for Guild Toss as well here. And again, 2 and 3 times he's just gonna use Tail Screw again, which we are already in critical HP, it doesn't really matter if he puts us into critical HP again. And 22 is exactly enough to two-shot him with Guild Toss. And technically, I think the Frost Bow we just picked up actually sells for more than we threw money at him, so we kind of break even in a weird way. How much money did that cost? 2,200 gil exactly, yes. We are level 22, times 50 is 1,100 per guild toss. We had to use 2 guild toss, so 2,200. So we basically... Crayclaw got paid much better than Carbos did in order to leave us alone. So maybe Carbos should have complained a bit more. We only paid, what was it, like 150 gold to Carbos, but 1,100 to Crayclaw. We're also actually going to pay 2,200 to Adam and Timmy as well, because, well, he's the next boss coming up. Theoretically, I actually have a pretty solid chance of surviving. It's actually better than a coin flip, even if I didn't go into the next battle healing, because Adam and Timmy only ever attacks physically. However, he does hit pretty hard on one hand, and on the other hand, he attacks twice in the first turn, then once in the second turn, then he just repeats. That's all he does. And Adam and Timmy does have really high physical defense as well as Crayclaw, 25. I don't remember how much magic defense he has, but Adam and Timmy is weak to ice elemental damage, so might be a little bit more difficult to take advantage of, because at least for lightning you have both swords and spears that have lightning elements. For ice, on the other hand, you just have the frost bow and well spells, I suppose. And ice rods. Either way. He also, Adam and Timmy, always comes with innate shell and armor, so however much damage you do, he is gonna be halved. Outside of very specific circumstances of abilities and spells that do not get affected by armor or shell. And even though Giltos is affected by physical armor, it is not affected by the protect spell. So that's kind of convenient. Oh, for some reason I thought I needed to walk into the warp and I was just reading chat again. Derp. Alrighty, welcome to Adam and Timmy. And we blocked dodged the first attack, Elf keep the second one, Guild House number 1, he's gonna attack once more, and we blocked it with the Guardian Dagger. Nice variety there. That's it. Please be nice to the turtle. Yeah, I paid it in order to go away. No worries. I think that was an appropriate salary. Catch, block, cape, dodge, right? And shield. Well, block, dodge. Yes, Guardian Dagger. I can pay you to leave, but you're not a boss in the game, so I don't think I want you to leave. Catch and dodge are the same thing, just called evade in this. I mean, I thought dodge was basically elf cape. Catch is the innate ability of the samurai. It says catch, but, well, it looks more like he's just kind of dancing out of the way. Yeah, all of these are different animations. Alrighty, now, this is another place where our entire party gets a full heal. Actually not that many in the game. But here's one, and we need to make sure that everybody else gets their appropriate tools in order to go back to sleep. I'm also unequipping their armors, because that's gonna make it slightly more consistent. At least for Fairy specifically. Oops. Because that one armor is actually relevant for herself knocking herself out with the metal sword reasonably reliably. You always interpret it as catching the blade with your bare hands, as in putting your hands on the flats of the blade. Okay, fair. Makes sense. Alright, good job everybody. Back to sleep we go. Alrighty, and for preparing for the next N7 encounters, what I'm gonna do, I'm actually intentionally going to equip the knife. The knife is the literal weakest weapon in the entire game, and the reason for this is quite simple. I want to have less attack power than my defense -3, and with 7 attack power that is easily fulfilled. In fact, I'm actually even going to remove the mithril shield and equip the plumed hat instead. Actually, I'm not sure this is sufficient. We're just gonna eyeball it. And the reason is, that way I have less equipment weight, which means I don't lose as much speed. So I have the same agility of 29 rather than, well, every 8 equipment weight you lose effectively 1 agility for the purpose of speed in battle. I don't know whether that's going to be relevant here, but that's just how I approach this. And the knife, once again, is relevant. Because there is 2 types of encounters up here. I want to see actually the flame guns right here. These are the ones I want to see. The flame guns, all they do is emission. It's about 200 damage. And they have low enough defense that 1 guild toss will take them out. They also give no money back, so, well, that's less than ideal. On the other hand, we might also run into rocket launchers instead. It's always random, it's a 50-50. You could run into 4 flame launchers, or you can run into 4 rockets. Either way, these guys here have 2 moves they can do. Missile, which is 75% of my current health in damage. Or, the other thing they can do is they can cast Rocket Punch, which is 50% of my current health in damage and confuses me. Now the only way I can die during confusion is hitting myself. Or more specifically, actually, the only way to die in this entire encounter is me hitting myself. So consequently, because I equipped such a weak weapon that deals 0 damage to myself, there's literally no way for me to get knocked out here. So I just need to wait until I get a turn again, so I can, well, eventually guild toss again. This is the strategy that any character who, well, can damage the rockets in some capacity can do. while also having a weak enough weapon equipped to not deal any damage to themselves. The reason why you're bound to have a weapon equipped rather than none is barehanded you have what, an 8% chance or something like that to critically hit. And critical hits do ignore armor. Right. And I only need to heal up to about, I'll say 500. That should be enough HP even against the flame guns. And the others do, well, never threaten me anyways. Alright, unfortunately these guys here cost us 2,200 monies more than the flame guns. So that's just how it is, I guess. But the knife power, yep. I like to think that Lena picked up the knife from the kitchen table and decided to go out adventuring with that. Kind of feels like it would fit into the character. Ah, unlucky. 3 rockets, only 1 flame gun. I was kind of hopeful because we got the first one as a flame gun. Oh well, that's alright. We don't even need to heal up for soul cannon in theory. Because I will have to... Actually, no. No, actually, I do have to heal up. Yeah, that's fine. These guys would be much more lethal if you got 1 flame cannon, 1 rocket launcher. Yeah. Yeah, that would be. That would be real spooky. Because 1 bad confusion and you're toast. Then you almost wouldn't need a flame ring in order to reliably knock them out, I guess. Rocket turrets with insert coin here for self-destruct. Yep, that sounds about right. Hey, I actually got to attack once in a while. Alrighty, and we got him. Alrighty, welcome to one of the bosses that can potentially inflict a lot of worries on individual solo character challenge runs. Not necessarily for Samurai, but just in case I mess up, I'm going to go back down and save before approaching it. Alrighty, the rocket launcher, also how much money do we have right now? 26,000. Yeah, that depletes real fast if we just throw money. Alrighty, the rocket launcher here, the soul cannon itself has 5 defense, so a lot less than Adamant Timmy and the other guy, but it also has 12,500 HP, so that's a lot. It consists of 3 different potions, this thing does. And we deal 4,050 damage to the main cannon. And the 2 launchers on its back only have 800 HP, so they are very easily dispatched, to say the least. And after only 3 guild toss, we will land on 12,150 damage. I should have moved to the front row. That was a mistake. Either way, all the soul cannon really does is it is continuously charging up until it finally unleashes its attack. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to move into the front row, which I should have done out of combat, and attack. Because it only has 350 HP left, and we didn't even get hit once. So once the cannon is fully charged, it is going to deal 50% of your maximum health in damage, and HP leaks that is, so you lose even more HP than that. So that's kind of dangerous because initially it takes a long time until it is charged up, but then it's only going to take 4 more turns until it attacks again. And that thing is way faster than we are. So those 4 turns are like, well, 2 or 3 turns for me. But, well, it turns out, in the end, that was not that big of a problem. And we win. Got the Mithril Shield, the Guardian Dagger again, higher physical defense with the Mithril Helmet. And... this is fine. Okay. I don't actually know what RQ or how RQ Avis is going to look. Let me check that real quick. RQ Avis. First form has 30 defense. Wow, that's a lot of defense. Let me check. 30 defense at level 22, we deal 300 damage. That's not a whole lot. Well, we are probably... the first form is not terribly dangerous, so we're actually going to use the katana for it. Then the second form has... 24 defense. It's probably 1 guild toss and 1 katana hit. Either way, the further we get into the RQ Avis boss fights, the easier it's going to be, I think. Well, that's not necessarily true, because we are kind of slow as a samurai, and RQ Avis might just knock us out before we get an opportunity for that. Am I in the front row? I am. Why did I go there? So here we get a gold armor. Gold armor is just more physical defense than the stealth armor, but it actually increases our equipment weight enough that we're going to be 2 agility slower rather than 1. So yeah, I don't think the physical defense increase is justifiable enough to equip that, unless I'm already past that 16 equipment weight threshold. The next threshold would be at 24. Every 8 we lose 1 equipment, 1 speed. Ow. We never understood gold armor. Golden, sure, but gold is soft and heavy. Yeah, I like to think that it's bronze/brass instead rather than gold, because gold itself doesn't make sense. You know, here's the thing, it's a magical world, so you could argue that it may make sense in the context of gold is used as an enchantment material on like other materials. I mean, gold is rarely high level armor. Well, it's almost always above bronze and iron though, in video games it feels like. It's gilded. Yeah. As I said, I like to think, because a lot of enchantments probably take valuable materials in, like, magic universes, it's not too terribly unlikely to, well, assume that gold is, well, just used as an enchantment material or kind of an enhancement material. In a similar way how there's crystal armor in this game and there's diamond armor in this game. Crystal is the strongest one. Yeah, it's weird. Here we get 5,000 more monies. An ancient sword, which is more money, a full moon, which is more money, and a power ring, which is also more money. Can't equip a power ring. It's not for heavy equipment user. Yeah. Hey, another way to look at it. Gold might be just super shiny, and it might blind attackers. That way they have less chance or accuracy with their hits. Gold is soft, but it's still metal, and you struck it won't penetrate your armor, but absorb the attack, right? I kind of like... It's kind of technology-wise how gold equipment is implemented in Minecraft, where it's a lot less durable, but it is very efficient as a, like, tool material, or like, in terms of power level. But yeah, you don't want... But it's barely usable because it has such low durability. To be fair, you cannot equip the money either. I mean, that's what you say. The two chests on the left here, by the way, one contains a cabin, the other one's I think a phoenix stone. Not really worthwhile to go out of my way to get them, I don't think. Alrighty, we're gonna start in the front row. Archaeovis is gonna be faster, so I want to start with a Guardian Dagger for the additional chance of blocking attacks. Alrighty, welcome to Archaeovis. Archaeovis has 5 different forms. You only see the transition between the 4th and the 5th one visually, but each one of the initial 4 forms has 1,600 HP, and they progressively has less and less physical defense and more magic defense. Consequently, right now if I were to use Guild Toss, I would deal... what was it? I would deal 300 damage with Guild Toss, which is questionable to say the least. 140 with a Katana. And the Katana is a really high damage weapon at this point in the game, honestly, so I'm just hoping for a critical hit. Either way, the first form of Archaeovis is not terribly dangerous. The worst it can do is unleash a wind elemental attack that deals 25% of our maximum health and damage. Aside from that, he just does a regular physical attack and a special physical attack. That is, by the way, pretty much true for every form. 25% elemental attack, regular physical, special physical. The special physical attack in phase 1, I don't even know what it does, HP leak damage or something like that? But thanks to our high physical evasion, we really don't have to... Yeah, it's HP leak damage. It's really not that big of a deal. So we just hit him until he goes at least into phase 2. Still have to heal once in a while here. I'm gonna use my high potions that I have 5 of so far. And a reminder, we cannot buy high potion yet, so they are kind of valuable commodity, but they're still there to be used. All the dodges so far, so that's pretty lucky. 170. Unless we land a critical hit, it's 3 more attacks until we will push him into phase 2. Well, actually, might be 3 more attacks now. Maybe. Oh, that's just mean. If I deal 170 damage with the next attack, it's going to push him into his next phase. Either way, I will want to heal up here. 170 away from... Nope, not quite. So in this case, I might as well switch over to the Guardian Dagger. And I will actually also heal up before I push him into his next phase. Purely because his next phase he has an Ice Elemental attack, and the Ice Elemental attack is the only one that has fixed damage rather than percentage-based damage. And that fixed damage is 240, which is more than the other one. Alright, you may have seen the ATB in the bottom right briefly came to a halt. That is my indication that he's now in phase 2. And he just used Wing. Wing is his specialty attack in phase 2, where he can poison and attack at the same time. So right now the status effects are not terribly dangerous. But he has a lot less physical defense, 6 less to be precise. So we use 1 Guild Toss and then use the rest Katana for the rest here. We need 200 more damage to push him into phase 3 here. Ooh, we are exactly at 1590 damage. Again! Alright, switching to the Guardian Dagger because we only need 10 damage for completing this. Now you see in the bottom right, the ATB briefly takes a pause again. We are in phase 3 where he is going to use Flame instead. Again, 25% damage attack. So here, we Guild Toss, and from here on out we actually can one-shot every single form. Because he has less and less damage. Also, Claw would paralyze us if it hits us. That is very dangerous. And in the last phase, he has a variety of really debilitating status effects that we hopefully don't get hit by. And he can easily just kill us if he uses the wrong set of moves and we get hit by them. Well, let's hope that doesn't happen. Bang, that would actually confuse us. And confusion is about as bad as paralyzation, especially since we have a weapon in hand that can hit ourselves with decent damage. But even though he has 2500 HP in the last phase, he has 0 physical defense, and, well, we deal 3900 damage to an enemy with 0 physical defense. That's just how it is. Alrighty. Defeated him, and winning against Archaeavis, let me put it this way, was the more likely outcome than losing, but it was possible to lose still. As it is always the case against this guy. Honestly, mainly because we just are too slow. In fact, I think if we had Ferris as the main character, we would actually outspeed him, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, that has been true actually for a bunch of bosses, where if we had Ferris instead of Butts and we would be slightly faster, we would actually be able to just slightly outspeed enemies and knock them out before they can hit us. Alrighty, and here's also where we finally get the Earth Crystals, where we would normally unlock Samurai. And we are at a okay level. You would casually be maybe a slightly less high in level, but it's the same concept anyways. After this we're going to be running into Chimera Brain, which only has 10 defense and 3300 HP, which I'm reasonably certain we would just one-shot anyways. Oh! In fact, we perfectly kill Chimera Brain with a Guild Toss. And then Titan, which has 2500 HP, we also one-shot Titan, and Puroboros, which we guaranteed one-shot because they have 0 defense. But it's gonna cost us a lot of money. In fact, in order to defeat the mini-bosses for the meteors, we would need to pay 1, 2, plus 6, 8. 8,800 gold we need to pay in order to make the meteor mini-bosses go away. Which is affordable, but it's only going to get more and more pricey to defeat enemies in the future here. Then again, the treasure chests we find in dungeons will contain more and more money as well at this point. Samurai, aka abusing guild toss and the ice strike for fun and profit. Well, yeah, pretty much. Or you could put it nicer and say, we just pay enemies to go away, so they leave us alone. I kind of want to see whether I have 8,800 gold remaining at this point. Or win with the power of capitalism and cutting remarks. Wow, sounds like a wealthy bard to me. Paying enemies to leave you alone. Very in character for a character named after a Shin Megami Tensei protagonist. Oh, I don't even know that one. The name was chosen by the person who won the raffle. So it's Flynn. That's even better if it actually fits. Nice. It's funny, here the crystals shatter because people overdrain them. In Bravely Default 2, they fail because people use the power for selfish reasons and deplete their energy. It's kind of a similar concept, isn't it? Also, I suppose there's a little bit more to that in Bravely Default as well. Hello. Yeah. By the way, as a heads up, Bravely Default 2 is still a relatively new game, so please make sure to not spoil anything that isn't like relevant within the like first 30 minutes of the game. I would appreciate that. Like, I know that stuff now, or I know stuff now. But I think there's probably a bunch of people who, well, would like to not know that yet, because they might not have had time to play the game that much yet. Yeah, just a heads up. Hello. Alrighty, as usual, putting Paris and Lena back to sleep, and then we just go Galura watching. Because these Galuras here near the Walls Tower, or well, where Walls Tower once used to be, they are perfectly harmless, and all they do is running away. They're perfectly harmless. You gain 1 ability point for each encounter, even if you knock them out. Doesn't change. So might as well just let them leave. That's the nice thing to do. Okay, we have enough money to guild toss everything, so that's what we do. Alrighty, welcome to one of the trickier encounters for a lot of solo challenges, the encounter with 6 bombs, or also as they're known here. My timing is off. They are known here as Puroboros, or Pureboros, depending how you look at it. Either way, all these things do is, in the first 2 turns they do nothing. Then in the 3rd turn, they have a 2 in 3 chance to do a physical attack and a 1 in 3 chance to explode. Explode deals damage equivalent to however much HP they have remaining. So a character with no way of using any form of area of effect attack, or a character who just doesn't have that much maximum HP, actually can struggle here a lot. However, they have 0 physical defense, and we knock them out. Oh yeah, also if you knock them out, they will cast life 2 on all of their bodies, but if you knock them all out at the same time, they are still technically alive until they all get knocked out at the exact same time. Mom Bomb 2.0. I mean, it does have a very similar element to it, doesn't it? I have to admit I don't know how the Mom Bomb fight works in Final Fantasy IV. Alrighty, and then we have this encounter here. This is Titan. Yes, 2500 HP. And I think 5 physical defense it was? No, 10 it was. We will deal 3300 damage exactly, if I'm not mistaken. But he can be kind of tricky, because as soon as you defeat him, he will counterattack with Quake on here, but basically Earthshaker is his death counter. So unless you have somebody who's floating near party, or over 500 HP remaining, you might have a little bit of trouble defeating this guy. He can be paralyzed and stuff like that, so there's various ways of dealing with this Earthshaker, but definitely something to keep in mind. You're skipping Shiva? Yeah, I usually skip Shiva during these solo challenges. Also, I don't have any potions anymore. Kind, gentle Garula, friend to children, yep. Pretty much. I don't even need to heal to full, because over here we have Chimera Brain, whose identity is effectively that it is extremely nasty because it deals a lot of damage to all party members. It always uses area of effect attacks, and that can actually rack up a lot of damage to your entire full party of decently leveled characters. However, to a solo character, these AoE attacks are not usually that big of a deal. They still hit like a truck, to be fair, but you usually will survive them. On top of that, for a samurai, this guy has 3300 HP with exactly 10 defense, so it turns out we have to exactly correct level in order to defeat this guy. So that's great. Did I skip Shiva and Solo Summoner? No, Shiva got all the summoners. I think I even ended up getting Phoenix, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure I got all summons. With Blue Mage, I got all blue magic. Alrighty, and the last thing we do before going into World 2, we are going to buy potions. We have 0 exactly left at this point. Of course, we go and buy potions in the village with, well, 2 very appealing things to it. One is, of course, the music. I love the music in here. 2, I suppose the potions also only cost half the money. Shiva got all summoners, did I say that? I don't need to heal. Yes, I did. Oops. That sounds like something I do. Do you break rods in single solo cactus runs where your class allows it? So the way I handled rod breaking in other solo classes, I tried not to do it unless it was just not necessarily reasonable, well, not to. So for a time mage, usually just slow and haste are such insanely good tools that there was not much of a reason to, well, break rods for the most part. The one exception I think I did in a few solo character challenge runs with rod breaking capabilities was Soul Cannon, because there was just not really any other good way of getting past it without grinding out a ton. But for the most part, solo cactus that can break rods, I did not necessarily do it unless, well, it's basically the cactus identity like a mime. Mime, I just abused rod breaking all the way through. In fact, I calculated how many rods I would need to buy in order to clear World 2, because you can't buy them in World 2. That's fine. I make goofy mistakes like that all the time. That's quite okay. Yes, this is where I dance, because you don't really get to hear the music anymore once we are in World 2. Is there any reason not to go World 2 right now? I don't think there is. So we just move on. And as usual, I'm always worried that I do forget something, so I'm saving before entering the portal. Lennon fairies are so irresponsible here. I never paid close attention, so I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Because I didn't watch the cutscene just now, I was just reading the rest of chat again. Because I'm always worried I miss chat lines, so if I have the opportunity, I just read them again, I guess. Oh, leaving Tycoon without heir. Yeah, they're doing just fine. The Chancellor seems like a good guy. Knows what to do. If you had the resource, you'd get a music box with the song. Music boxes are nice. like chancellors in other games looking at you, Chrono Trigger. Lena's a risk chunky. Well, Lena has a lot of compassion, but acts very rashly, to say the least. Or maybe she's just very impatient. Where it's like, oh come on, you silly Dragon Wyvern thing. You should actually just eat the thing. Also, I'm not gonna use Guild Toss here. Because I don't need to spend that money. Sure, it turned out okay, but one of them should have remained behind. Probably. So if you win this battle, the only option to do anything here is just opening up a chest which contains sleeping gas. Another proof that when I knock out characters in combat, they just go to sleep. In a very unusual way, to be fair, but they go to sleep. It's fine. I mean, if you want to use real life as a comparison, I don't think it would be any worse than what it otherwise would be. For medieval times anyways. Should name Galuf the same as your main character. You don't get to name the other characters. You only get to name bots. There's like less than 150 people living combined in both worlds. Yeah. What do you think happened to the rest of them? And hey, for the first time, we can actually turn Galuf into a samurai. And it's actually very true to the solo character challenge. Oh yeah, I forgot to... unequip stuff so Galuf would have more block chance. It's fine. Still over a 50% chance to dodge his attacks. Actually, Samurai is faster than Gilgamesh anyway, so never mind. Gilgamesh in the first encounter, you need to deal about 1,500 damage to him in order to, well, pay him off, so to speak, and a level 1 Galuf with Guild Toss will deal enough damage to knock out Gilgamesh in one go, no problem. No questions asked, Gilgamesh just decides to, alright, that's enough, goodbye. Go. Yeah, 0 defense here as well, so that helps. But we just Guild Toss, and we just completed the true solo character challenge type of deal in this encounter too. And it's even the standard way of how I usually do it if it's not reasonable to do with the other corresponding solo characters. Now yeah, there's no way to rename them. In Final Fantasy IV you can get like to renaming NPCs to rename all the characters. In this one here there's no such way. Unless that's a secret that I just don't know about. But I'm pretty sure there's no way. You can in rando? Oh, I see. I didn't even know that. I haven't played the rando in a long time in this one. I guess you can do RAM editing, I suppose. Also, as usual, I like to show this off here, where the characters go, oh, wow, I gotta watch myself, because they notice there's enemies walking around there, so we just try to sneak by. However, if you have not Butts in the front, you have Lena doing her best Luigi impression with a left B, thankfully no misfires, or you have Ferris doing her best Sonic impression where she just rolls around the ground, probably, I don't really know. And then you have Galov doing a, I don't know, crab walk, probably. It's impressive. But yeah, always liked pointing that out. Jailbait? No, we're dragging the other characters along. They just kind of get carried onto a little wagon, and before combat we always need to make sure that we put them off the wagon and put them back on the floor, so we are in proper battle formation. But secretly, Butts is just carrying a wagon with him all the time, where he piles up the sleeping buddies. Galuf is a limbo champion here, apparently. Let's see real quick. Gilgamesh in a dungeon has a refund. defense. Oh boy. Alright, enemies start getting a decent amount of defense at this point, so... Let's see... Gilgamesh here on the bridge will have 14 defense, consequently I need to... I will deal 2700 damage, 5400. So I need to deal... Didn't I get a gold helmet somewhere? No. I could have bought a gold helmet, I think. Wait, is that right? No, that's not until here. Either way, welcome to the big bridge. This is a forced encounter, and each one of these enemies have, what, 450 HP or so? Either way, ooh, I was wrong. They have a little bit more HP than that. They're actually kinda scary. Because Mustard Bomb deals 300 damage. If all of them used Mustard Bomb, we would have died. In fact... I don't wanna throw money at them, but... Since the katana is not a one-shot, we're actually kind of a bit in danger right there. But that was 3,300 gold tossed away. Yeah, we're actually running really low on money here. We will soon get a bunch more, but... oh boy. So if you walk the correct path here, you will actually never get into any more encounters, because there's like 4 more encounters on the bridge that you can walk into. You can also repeat the encounters if you want to. Just step on the same tiles again where you get the encounter previously. Some of the tiles are just a chance for an encounter, so that's kind of interesting. Either way, I will want to deal... 2,000, 5,400... So this Gilgamesh encounter has 6,500 HP. I need to deal 1100 damage. Physical attacks, or I just Guild Toss 3 times. But that actually has a bit of a problem if I Guild Toss 3 times. Because once you push Gilgamesh below a certain threshold of HP, he's actually going to phase 2. And that phase 2 is actually really scary, where he is jumping and dealing a lot more damage than he otherwise would. So I'm actually gonna count out 1100 damage before I switch my strategy to just Guild Toss. Oh! There is 1100 damage already. How convenient. I will probably want to heal anyways. Actually, no, we should just be fine. So let's go ahead. Then again, we can buy high potions. But it's more money. It's fine. Alright, so now we just Guild Toss twice and we will win. So in his final phase, when you push him below a certain threshold of HP, which I think is below 2000 HP remaining. Wait, you're dead. Well, he basically gives shell and I'm dead actually. Okay. I didn't realize he was still going through his script even if I basically just shoot straight past that phase. Alright. Sure. Why not? Also, let me double check something real quick. Do we deal more damage with the Guardian Dagger, potentially? Even though the Guardian Dagger has less attack power, because it could have an additional attack multiplier, it might actually still deal more damage. Let me check that real quick. No, we do not. Level 23 we might. He does this thing anyway. Yeah, I actually didn't realize that. I probably knew at some point, but then I forgot again because so rarely you ever actually encounter this, where you deal enough damage to push Gilgamesh past his phase 2 into just getting knocked out. Alright. Gonna pay the money so they go away here. Hey, I even get 2 high potions. Wow! A high potion is a 1 in 16 drop, and 2 of them dropped me a high potion. That's actually pretty lucky. I mean, it's pretty expensive high potions if you ask me, but well, why not? Alright, the same strategy as before, except that I do indeed wanna heal here before we push him into the next phase. Because that's very unhealthy if I don't, apparently. Two and 256 out of 3. Because remember, there were 3 enemies in that encounter. So you basically want to calculate 2 high potions or better in order to get the correct results. 200 more damage with the katana. K combinatorics. I really like that when I had that in IT school. Then again, I'm one of these people who just kind of intuitively seems to know which ones to calculate together. In a lot of cases, but not all of them. The more complicated ones I just followed the formula. Guardian Dagger. High potion. I guess we're just gonna use all the high potions. Also, this guy is really lucky with his chance to hit so far. 3 and 256 to get exactly 2 high potions. Slightly, but not much better odds, you know, if you include 2 or more high potions, I guess. Alrighty, either way, Gilgamesh normally would be really dangerous in phase 2, because you don't just deal half damage to him with most attacks, but also, he also goes about 3 times faster than you. He already has pretty high speed here, and haste just makes it so that he's gonna go way faster than he would usually go. So it is kind of dangerous. Also, he does not even do the spiel where he normally runs away, because I guess that's get overwritten by his other dialogue portion right there. Alright. Dark Paladin, thank you. Thank you so much for 48 drums of support. That's a crazy long time of 4 years and more. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you. Alrighty. And we have entered World 2 without too much trouble. We soon will get into the weird territory where I want to keep the money, but also kind of want to upgrade my equipment type of deal, and I'll kind of want to try and figure out what to do for these instances. So, I think this is it from me for today, everybody. So thank you so much for watching, for listening, and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time. Take care and have a good night. Or a good morning, or a good afternoon, whatever it might be for you.